Hi guys, welcome back to another video of Great Stack. If you think JavaScript is difficult to learn and tired of watching multiple tutorials of JavaScript and still not feeling confident, well, you have come to the right video. By the way, this is not just a simple video, but it is an ultimate course to start your journey into the exciting world of JavaScript. In this JavaScript course, we will start from the absolute basics and I will guide you through the fundamentals of JavaScript that will help you to build a solid foundation. In this course, we will cover the introduction of JavaScript. Then we will see the basics of JavaScript where we will learn about the variables, scope, operators, keyword, reserved keywords, and expression. Then we will see the data types. And after that we will see the difference between primitive and reference values. Then we will move to operators where we will learn about the arithmetic operator, assignment operator, logical operator, comparison, and then we will move to control flow statements where we will learn about if else statements, for, while and do while loop, and break and continue statement. After that we will see the functions. Functions are important concepts in JavaScript. So in the function we will learn about the function parameters, arguments, return keyword in the function. Then we will see the anonymous function, recursive function, and default parameters. After that we will learn about the objects and prototype where we will learn about the key, values, and method in the object. Then we will see the constructor function, prototype, object destructuring, and object literal syntax extensions. After completing the object, we will learn about the classes. Classes are also very important in JavaScript. So in the classes, we will learn about the class, getter and setter methods. Then we will see the class expressions, inheritance, static methods, and private methods. After completing the classes, we will move to the DOM, which is document object model. So in this DOM, we will learn about the nodes. Then we will learn about get elements and query selector methods. Then we will see the create and clone element. Then we will learn add nodes to document. Then we will see get elements details using the DOM. Then we will learn about the modifying element using DOM. Then we will see get and modify the element class using the DOM. Then we will learn about the events available in this DOM. Each concept is clearly made to be beginner friendly with clear explanation and practical examples. Along with this, I will also provide you the complete notes of this course in the video description. But here is the best part. It's not just theory. At the end of this tutorial, we will make some real-world projects like online notes app, quiz app, form validation, image slider, digital clock, and e-commerce product page. Don't worry, you will not need any prior coding experience before starting this course. By the end of this course, you will be writing JavaScript code with confidence. So, are you ready to master JavaScript? Hit that subscribe button and help me to get the 5000 likes on this course. Now, let's dive into the world of JavaScript together. Welcome to JavaScript Introduction tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn what is JavaScript, why you should learn JavaScript, what is the use of JavaScript, and how to write your first JavaScript program. So, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a scripting language that is used to create interactive and dynamic websites. Interactive website means user can perform some action on website, for example, button click, submit a form, write comments, and live chat. Dynamic website means the website that changes its content or layout, like sliding effect, e-commerce website, and quiz website. Why you should learn JavaScript? JavaScript is the most popular programming language in the world. It is used in almost all popular websites like Google, Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, Netflix, and many others. Great thing about JavaScript is that you will find tons of frameworks and libraries to reduce your time to create websites and mobile apps. Some of the popular frameworks are React, Angular, and Vue.js. If you learn JavaScript, it opens a lot of job opportunities in the software development industries. what is the use of JavaScript? Uses of JavaScript is not only limited to front-end web development, it is also used in back-end web development, mobile app development, desktop app development, game development, and API creation. Using JavaScript, you can easily create websites like Amazon and Netflix, mobile apps like Instagram and WhatsApp, games like Tic-Tac-Toe and Snake Game. You can also create mini JavaScript projects like To-Do List app, Quiz app, Notes app, Weather app, Calculator, or Image Gallery. I already have 30 mini JavaScript projects on my YouTube channel that you can check out from the link given in the video description. And these projects are more than enough to learn and practice JavaScript. How to write your first JavaScript program? To start with JavaScript, you need to have a web browser and a code editor. I am using Google Chrome web browser and Visual Studio Code Editor. I already have a tutorial how to download and install Visual Studio Code Editor. You can find the video link in the description. So let me open my code editor. Here I have one HTML file with basic HTML structure. In this HTML page, you can see we have the head open tag and head closing tag. And this is the body open and closing tag. So the first option is to add the JavaScript code within the head tag. So before closing of this head tag, we can add our JavaScript code. So let me add a script tag, a script open and closing tag like this. And within this script, we can add our JavaScript code. So let me add one line of JavaScript here. Alert. Welcome to Great Stack. This JavaScript code will give instruction to browser to alert this message, welcome to Great Stack. So let's open this web page. You can see this message, welcome to Great Stack. Click OK. So this was the first option to add the JavaScript code in the HTML file. Now the second option is to write the JavaScript code within the body tag. Let me remove this script from here. We have to add the code within this body tag. So I will add it here. A script open and closing tag. Within this we have the JavaScript code to alert one message, welcome to Great Stack. Now let's open the web page again, and again you can see this message, welcome to Great Stack. So this JavaScript code written within the body tag is also working. Now let me remove it from here also. There is another option to add the JavaScript code in the HTML file, that is external JavaScript. So to add the external JavaScript, we will use a script src and the new file name. So here let's create a new file name and write the file name script.js. You can write your own file name, but the file name extension should be .js. I am writing a script.js. You can write main.js, index.js, anything. So this is the new file, a script.js, and next we have to add this file here, a script src, and the file path, a script.js. So we have added the file path here. Now let me open the folder. In this intro folder, you can see there was one HTML file, and now we have one more file, a script.js. And we have connected the script.js with the HTML file with this script tag. And now we can add our JavaScript code within this external file. So here we will add alert, welcome to Great Stack. After adding this, let's come back to the website. And now you can see this alert message, welcome to Great Stack. So this JavaScript code is also working. Now let me come back to the HTML file, and we can move this a script tag in the head also, like this, and it will also work. You can see this alert is working. Let me place it here within this body tag. There are multiple options to display the output of JavaScript on the web page or browser. So here I have added alert, welcome to Great Stack. So we can see the message in the alert box. There is another option, we can add document.write welcome to Great Stack. We can write like this, document.write. So it will write this message in the web page. Let's see our web page. You can see this message, welcome to Great Stack. It is written on the website. Now we have one more option. Here if I write console.log, this will give the output in the browser console tab. So let me show you. Come to this browser, right click and select inspect. It will open this developer tool, and here you have to click on console. Let me zoom it. Click on console. We can change the theme by clicking on this setting icon, appearance and dark. So this is the console tab. Here you can see this message, welcome to Great Stack, because here I have added console.log welcome to Great Stack. If I change the message, JavaScript tutorial, come back to the website, you can see welcome to Great Stack here because I have added document.write, and here you can see JavaScript tutorial because I have added console.log. So it will add this message in the console tab. And in this console also we can add our JavaScript code. We can write and execute the JavaScript code within this console tab also. So let me show you one example. If I write 4 plus 5 and we got the result 9. So it is executing the JavaScript code here. Let me add one more thing. If I write console.log hello and hit enter, you can see we have added console.log hello and it is printed here hello. Now if you want to display the output on the browser alert box, we can write like this, alert hello, hit enter. You can see this alert box with the message hello. Now you can display the output on the website also. Let me add document.write, and here we will add the message hello. Click enter. You can see the hello message on the website. So this is how you can display the JavaScript output on your website or browser console, and now you know how to write your JavaScript code. So this was all about JavaScript introduction and writing your first JavaScript program. What is variable in JavaScript? Variables are used to store data. It is like a container where we use to store things at home. To declare a variable in JavaScript, we use the var, let and const keyword. We can write var x. Here var is the keyword to declare a variable and x is the identifier or name of the variable. We can also declare variable like let x or const x. The var keyword is the oldest and the most common way to declare variables. The let keyword is a newer keyword that was introduced in ES6. We will learn about ES6 later in the advanced JavaScript. The const keyword is used to declare constants, which are variables that cannot be changed. Once you have declared a variable, you can assign a value to it using equal sign. For example, var x equal to 30. The following code declares a variable called x and assign it the value 30. Variables can be used to store any type of data, including number, a string, objects, and arrays. For example, if I write var x equal to double quote or single quote any message. Hello world. So here we are storing the string data type in the X variable. Variable's name must begin with alphabet, $sign or underscore. If I write 2x, it is not a valid name for the variable. If I write anything in the alphabet, it is valid. And we can also declare it with the $sign. We can start like this, $x, it is valid, and we can also use underscore here like this, underscore x. Let me remove it. So you can see it is valid format to write a variable name. You can start with dollar and you can start with any alphabet in uppercase or lowercase. It is valid. But if you start from the number, it is not a valid name for the variable. If you add the valid character, then later you can add number, it is valid. JavaScript is case sensitive. So if you write var first name equal to great stack and if you write first name with the lowercase n, so these two variables name are different. It is not same because here we have the different case. So JavaScript is case sensitive. That's why it is two different variables name. Now let's understand about the let keyword. Let keyword in JavaScript is used to declare a block scoped variable. This means that the variable is only visible within the block in which it is declared. For example, if I write let x equal to 10 and if x greater than 5, yes, it is greater than 5 because the x value is 10. In this block we will add let y equal to 20, and here if I try to display the value of y, we will add console.log y. So you can see this y value in the console tab. Here you can see 20. Correct? We have added this code within this curly braces, so it's a block. And if I try to access this y outside of this block, we will copy this and paste it here outside of this block. And now if I try to run it, you can see one error, reference error, y is not defined. So if you try to access the y value outside of this if statement, you will get a reference error. This is because variable y is not defined outside of this block. Now let's understand about the const keyword. So the const keyword in JavaScript is used to declare a constant variable. This means that the variable cannot be reassigned to a new value. For example, if I write const a equal to 4, so we are assigning a value 4 in the a variable. Now if I print this console.log a, we will get 4 in the console tab. Now in the next line, if I try to write a equal to 5, we are trying to reassign a new value a equal to 5 and run this. You can see we got an error, assignment to constant variable. So we cannot assign a new value in constant variable. Now let's learn about the scope in JavaScript. Scope in JavaScript refers to the visibility of variables and functions within a program. In JavaScript, there are three types of a scope: global scope, function scope, and the third one is block scope. So let's learn about the global scope. The global scope is the outermost scope in the JavaScript program. Variables and functions declared in the global scope are visible from anywhere in the program. Let's understand it with one example. If I write var x equal to hello create stack, and here we create one function called example, and in this one if I try to print this message, if I write console.log x, and now we have to call this function example. Now you can see this message in the console tab, hello great stack over here. In this example, we have declared a variable x outside of any function or block, which makes it a global variable. Global variables are accessible from anywhere in the script, including inside a function. And we have declared this outside of the function, so we can access it within the function and outside of the function also. If I simply add this here, and it will also print this. You can see hello great stack 2 times. The first one is printed using this console.log written inside the function, and the second message is printed using this console.log x. So this was the global scope. Now let's understand what is the function scope. So the function scope is created when a function is declared. Variables and functions declared in a function's scope are only visible within that function. So let's understand this function scope with one example. Here we will add function example. Here we will create one variable var fs function scope equal to hello great stack, and if I try to display the output, we will add console.log fs, and now just call this function. So now you can see this message hello great stack, because we are accessing this variable inside this function. Now if I try to access this fs outside of this function, let's copy this and paste it here outside of this function and try to run it. We got an error, fs is not defined. Why? Because we have defined this fs variable inside this function, so it is a function scope variable, and now we are trying to access this fs outside of this function. It is not accessible. So the variables and functions declared in a function's scope are only visible within that function. Now let's understand the block scope. So the block scope in JavaScript refers to the visibility of variables and functions within a block of code. A block of code is a group of statements that are enclosed in a curly braces. Variables and functions declared in a block scope are only visible within that block. Let's understand block scope with one example. Let's create one function. And in this one, we will create one block true, and here we are creating one block with this curly braces. So within this if, we will add one variable. So let's add the variable name block variable bv equal to create stack, and here if we try to display this console.log bv and just call this example. Now you can see this message create stack in the console tab here, because we are accessing this variable inside this block. Now if I try to access this variable outside of this block, it is declared inside this block, and if I try to access here, this block is closing here. So let's add this line here at line number 9, and now if I try to run, you can see we got an error in line number 9. BV is not defined because we are accessing this variable outside of this block. Let's try to access this variable outside of this function only. Let's remove it from here, add it here at the end, and now you can see the error message at line number 12. BV is not defined because we are trying to access this variable outside of this block. So the variable and functions declared in a block scope are only visible within that block. So this was all about the variables and scope in JavaScript. Data types in JavaScript. Data types is an important concept in any programming language. To perform any task with the data, it is important to know its type. Data types in JavaScript are divided into two categories: primitive data type and reference data type. There are 7 primitive data types in JavaScript, which are a string, number, boolean, null, undefined, big int, and symbol. So let's learn about the string data type. In JavaScript, a string is a sequence of 0 or more characters. A string starts and ends with either a single quote or a double quote. JavaScript strings are for storing and manipulating text. For example, if I write let first name equal to double quote Elon. So here we are adding one name in double quote, it is a string, and the variable name is first name. Let me duplicate it. Here we will add last name, and if I write the text in single quote, Musk, it is also a string. It is written in double quote and this is written in the single quote. Now let's see another data type, which is number. Number represents integer and floating point numbers. For example, if I write let num equal to 100. In this statement, we have declared one variable called num and initialized its value with the integer 100. Let me change the value. If I write 96.5, it is also a number type. Here we have stored the floating number. If we write 96.0, then JavaScript will convert it into an integer number to use less memory. So it will be saved only 96. Let me show you that. If I write console.log num, so you can see 96 is printed here. It is not printing 96.0, it is printing 96 only, because the JavaScript is converting this floating number into an integer. And if I type 96.5, it will be saved as 96.5, and if we change 96.00, it will be only 96. Now let me take another example. If I write let x equal to 10. So here I have stored one number in the x variable. Let me write console.log x. Here we will get 10 in this console tab. We got 10. Now if I add a single quote in this 10, now it will become string because we are adding single quote in this text. Now if I print this one, you can see still it is displaying 10, but if you will check the data type, it will be a string. The value is 10, but the data type is a string. To check the data type, we have one operator called typeof. In front of this variable name, if I write typeof, X. You can see we got the data type string because this 10 is written inside this single quote. If I change it and make double quote, still it will be string. You can see string here. Now if I remove this quote and if we only write 10, then it will be a number. You can see it is number. When we will add double quote or single quote, it will be stored as a string. Now the next data type is Boolean. The Boolean data type has two values, true and false. Let's understand it with one example. If I write let learning equal to true and let completed equal to false. Here we have stored Boolean data in the learning variable and completed variable. Now to check this one, we will add console.log learning. You can see true. So it is displaying the value stored in this learning. Now to check the type of the data stored in this learning, we will again use the type of operator, type of learning. So it is displaying the data type Boolean. Now let's check the data type of this another variable which is completed. Just copy this one, add it here. Here it will display the data type Boolean for the another variable called completed. Now if you want to display the value stored in this completed, here I am adding console.log completed and it is displaying false here, which is the value stored in the completed variable and it is the type of the value which is Boolean. So we have stored the true or false value directly, but we can store the result of any expression. For example, if I write let x equal to 20 greater than 10. So the result of this is true. 20 is greater than 10, it is true. So now if you want to check the value stored in the x, we will add console.log x. And now you can see it is displaying true. Here we are writing 20 greater than 10, but the x has stored the result of this expression which is true. Now if I change, if I write 20 less than 10, which is false. So you can see the result in the console tab, it is displaying false. So we have stored the false in the x variable. Now let me show you the type of the data. Here we will add type of x and now it is displaying Boolean. So this x has stored the Boolean data type. Next primitive data type is undefined. If a variable is declared but the value is not assigned, then the value of that variable will be undefined and the data type is also undefined. Let me show you this with one example. Let age. We have declared a variable age, but we have not assigned any value. Now we will check the value stored in this age. Let's add console.log age. Here you can see the value is undefined. Now if you want to check the type of the data, here we will add console.log type of age. Now you can see the value is also undefined and the type is also undefined. If we add any value like this, age 30, now you can see the value is 30 and the type is number, and when we remove it, we have not assigned any value, so the value is undefined and type is undefined. So this was undefined data type. Next primitive data type is null. In the JavaScript, null is a special data type that represents empty or unknown value. Let's understand it with one example. Here if I write let number equal to null, and now we will try to print the value. Here we will add console.log number. So you can see the result, it is displaying null. Now we will try to display the type of the data. So here in the next line we will add console.log type of number. You can see the value is null, but the type is object. The type should be null, but it says the type is object. It is a known bug in JavaScript. JavaScript defines that null is equal to undefined. To check this one, we will write console.log null comparison operator, then undefined. So we are comparing null with the undefined, and here you can see we got the result true. It means in JavaScript null is equal to undefined. There are two other primitive data types which are symbol and begint that we will study in our upcoming videos. Now let's learn about the reference data type. So the first reference data type is object. In JavaScript, an object is a collection of properties where each property is defined as a key value pair. So let me create one object. Here if I write let person equal to curly braces, that's it. So the following code defines an empty object. This is the person object which is empty. Now let me display the data stored in this person object. For that we will add console.log person, that's it. Now you can see we got the empty curly braces. Now to check the type of the data, we will copy this one and here we will add type of person. So you can see the result. The data is empty in this curly braces and the data type is object. Now let's add some properties in this person object. Here we will add first name, last name, and age. Let's add 35. So you can see in the console tab the data type is object and this is the data stored in the person object. First name Elon, last name Musk, age 35. An object can store different data type. In this person object, the first name and the last name are string and this age is number. So this person object can store different type of data. It can also store another object. Our next reference data type is array. Arrays are a type of object that stores a collection of values. For example, if I write let number we have added 5 different numbers separated by comma in the square bracket. So the following code creates an array of numbers. Now let's print the value of this number. We will add console.log number. So in the console tab you can see this array is printed 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. The same thing is printed here. Now if you want to check the type, so let's add this line again, and in this one we will add type of operator, type of number. Now you can see in the console tab we got the type object. So the array is also an object data type. Our next data types is function. Functions are a type of object that can be used to execute code. For example, here we will create one function. To create a function, we use the function keyword and the name of the function. So let's add the function name msg, that is for the message, and in this one just add one console.log, and here we will add one string, hello great stack. So we have declared one function with the function name msg. Now if you want to check the type of the data, here we will add console.log type of msg, that is function name. And if I check this in the console tab, you can see it is displaying function. It says the type of data is function, but it is also an object data type. JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, so we can store different data type in the same variable. For example, if I write let x, here we are not assigning any value, so the data type will be undefined. So let's check this one. Type of x, it is displaying undefined. Let's check the value also. If I write console.log x, console.log type of x, so it will display the value stored in the x and it will display the data type. Now you can see in the console tab it is displaying the value undefined and data type undefined. Now in the same variable we can store different data type. Here we have already declared the variable, so we will just add x. We are not declaring, we are just assigning the value x equal to, let's say, one string great stack. So here we are adding one string in the x variable. Let's try to print this. You can see in the console tab it is printing undefined and undefined from here. Now we have changed the data, it is great stack, which is a string. So you can see the value and the data type is a string. Now again we can change the type of the data. We will simply store another data. Let's add x equal to 100. So here we have stored the number. Let's try to print this. Now you can see in the console tab we have the value 100 and we have the type number. So earlier it was undefined, then it is a string, then it is number. Now let's add one more example. If I write x true, and in the console tab you can see it is true and the data type is boolean. So the JavaScript is dynamically typed language, so we can store different type of data in the same variable. And in this one you can see the example also, it is undefined, it is string, it is number, it is boolean. So this was all about the data types in JavaScript. Operators in JavaScript. Operators in JavaScript are symbols that are used to perform operations on operands. Operands are the values and variables. So let's understand it with one example. Here if I write 10 plus 20, here plus is an operator and 10 and 20 are operands. Here is the list of different operators that we will learn in this tutorial: arithmetic operators, assignment operator, comparison operators, logical operators, and string operators. Now let's learn arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations on operands. There are multiple arithmetic operators, so first one is addition. Here we will add let sum equal to 5 plus 3 and console.log sum. So in the console tab you can see we got the sum, which is 8. 5 plus 3 is equal to 8. This is the addition operator. Now let's learn the second one, which is subtraction. Here we will add subtraction. It will be x 5 minus 3. It will be x. Now you can see 2 in the console tab because 5 minus 3 is 2. So this is the subtraction. Now the next one is multiplication. If I write 5 multiply 3, now you can see the result 15. Now the next one is division operator. For division we use forward slash. Let's add 15 divided by 3. Now you can see the result 5. 15 divided by 3 is equal to 5. Now the next one is remainder or modulus. Here we will add modulus, and to get the modulus we use percent symbol, and if I write 17 percent 4, now we will get the modulus 1. You can see when you divide 17 by 4 you will get the remainder 1, which is modulus. Now the next arithmetic operator is exponentiation. When you write 2 to the power 4, 2 to the power 5, that is exponential. So to calculate the exponential, here we will add x 2 double star and 4. So it means we will add 2 into 2 into 2 4 times like this. So what will be the result? You can see in the console tab 16. So if you write double star, it will be exponentiation operator. So these are arithmetic operators. Now let's learn about the assignment operator. Assignment operators are used to assign values to variables. We use equal sign to assign operator. For example, let x equal to 5. Here we are using equal sign, which is the assignment operator, and we write the value on the right side of the operator. So this was the simple assignment operator. Now we have other assignment operator also, like addition assignment. So let's see that. We have the x value 5. Now we will add x plus equal to 3. So if you simply add x equal to 3, it will replace the value in this x variable and the x will become 3. But here we are adding plus. It means this 3 will be added in the existing value of this x. So the current value of x is 5 and 5 plus 3 will be 8. Let's check the output. Console.log x, and in the console tab you can see the value 8. So this was the addition assignment. Similarly, we have the subtraction assignment. Here we will add minus equal to 3. Now we will get the output 2. You can see the output 2. Now we have the multiplication. Here we will add multiply 3. So this 3 will be multiplied with the current value, which is 5. 5 into 3, and now you can see the output 15. Next one is division assignment. You can see this value here. After that we have the modulus assignment. you can see the modulus 2. Now the next one is exponentiation assignment, double star equal to 3. It means we are writing 5 to the power 3 and it will be 5 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 5. So the result is 125. Now let's learn about increment and decrement operators. The increment and decrement operators are used to increase or decrease the value of a variable by 1. Suppose the variable value is 5, it will be incremented by 1 and it will become 6, or it will be decremented by 1, it will become 4. The increment operator is plus plus and the decrement operator is minus minus. Increment and decrement operators can be used in two ways, which is prefix and postfix. So let's learn prefix increment and decrement operator. Let me add one example here. Let a equal to 10. In the next line, I'll add console.log plus plus a. We are adding increment operator before the variable name, which is a. Now you can see the output 11 because the value of a has been incremented by 1. Now let me add one more line, console.log a. So in this line, the value of a is incremented by 1, then it is printed 11, and in this line the current value of a is printed. The current value is 11. In this example, operator is placed before the variable and the value of the variable is increased before it is used. Now let's see prefix decrement operator. So for decrement we will add minus minus, and in the console tab you can see the output 9 and 9. So it is decreasing the value of a by 1, then it is printed here, and in the next line we are printing the current value of a, which is 9. Now let's learn about the postfix increment and decrement operator. In the postfix we add the operator after the variable. So if I remove this and add plus plus after a, now you can see the output. First it is printing 10 and after that 11. Here we are adding a plus plus, but still it is printing 10 because a is printed first and after that it is increasing the a value by 1. Now the next time I will print the a value, it will display the updated value. Here it is displaying 11. In this example, operator is placed after the variable and the value of the variable is used before it is incremented. The same thing will happen with the decrement postfix operator. If I run this one, you can see current value of a is 10 and first it is printing the value 10. After that it is decreasing the value by 1, and if I print the new value of a, it is 9. So this was the increment and decrement operator. Now let's learn about comparison operator. Comparison operators compare two values and give back a Boolean value, either true or false. Comparison operators are useful in decision making and loop programming in JavaScript. Let's see some example. If I write like this, it will be the less than operator. It is greater than. This will be less than or equal to. This is greater or equal to. This will be equal check. It will check the equality of two values. It will be inequality or not equal, and it will give the flip value of the equal checks. We will understand it with the example also. And this one is the strict equality check. It checks the data type also. I will also explain it with example, and it is the strict inequality or flipped value of the strict equality check. Now let's understand these comparison operators with example. Here if I add let a equal to 10, b equal to 20, and here we are adding less than operator. You can see console.log a less than b. So it will give the result true. In this one, it is checking A greater than B, which is false. A is 10, B is 20. So A greater than B is false. So it will give the result false. Now it is A less equal to B. So it will be true. And this will be false. A greater or equal to B. It is false because A value is 10. Now here we are checking A equal B. It means A value is equal to B. It is not equal. It is 10 and 20. So it will be false. In this not equal, we will get the flipped result of this equality check. So the equality check was false. So this will be true. And this is the strict equality check. And this is the strict inequality check. So let's print this one. You can see the first one is true. A less than B, true. A greater than B, false. A less than equal to B, it is true. A greater equal to B, it is false. A equal to B, 10 equal to 20, which is false. A not equal to B, so it will be true. Now in the next line we are adding a strict equal. So A and B is 10 and 20, it is not equal, so we will get false and it will be the opposite result, true. Now let's understand it with other example. If I remove this and here if I write like this 10 and it will be 10. So A is 10 as a string and B is 10 as a number. Now let me add one more thing here. Console.log A equal B. Now you can see the first one is true. Why? A is 10, B is 10, then it is true. Now in the next line we are adding A triple equal to B. It is giving false. Why? First it will check the data type. So in this one the data type is a string and the data type is number in the B variable. Then it is different, so it is not equal. So that's why it is giving false. And the last one is giving true because it will give the flipped value of this false. Our next topic is logical operators. Logical operators perform logical operations like AND, OR, NOT. For logical AND we use this symbol, for logical OR we use this symbol, and for logical NOT we use this exclamation symbol. So let's learn about the logical AND. Logical AND evaluate operands and return true only if all are true. In this line you can see the first condition is true and the second is true, and here we are adding logical AND operator. So both are true, that's why the result will be true. Now in this one the first one is true, second one is false. So both conditions are not true, that's why it is false. Here also one of the condition is false, it is false. Here both conditions are false, that's why it is false. Only when both conditions are true, then only the result will be true. Now let's understand logical AND operator with one example. Here I have added let x equal to 5 and y equal to 10, and I am adding x greater than 0. So this condition is true, x is obviously greater than 0, y is also greater than 0. Then the first condition is true, second is also true, then the result will be true. You can see the first result is true. Now in the second condition you can see x greater than 0, which is true, y less than 0, which is false. 10 less than 0 is false, right? Then one of the condition is false, that's why the result is false. Now in the third one, x less than 0, which is false, then the result will be false. And in the last one, 5 less than 0 is false and y is equal to 10, which is 10 less than 0, which is false. So both conditions are false, that's why the logic result is false. So this was the logical AND. Now let's learn about the logical OR. Logical OR returns true if one of the multiple operands is true. If any one operand is true, then it will return true. So here you can see the first one is true and second one is true, so the output will be true. First one is true, second is false, still the output is true. First one is false, second is true, then the output is true. In the last one, first condition is false and second condition is also false, then the result will be false. So if all operands are false, then the output will be false, and if any one of the operand is true, the result will be true. Now let's understand this logical OR with one example. Here we have the a value 5, b value 10, and a greater than 0 true, b greater than 0 true. So both conditions are true, then result will be true. Now here the first one is true, this is false, then still it is true. It is false, it is true, then still it is true. Now in the last one, first one is false, second one is false, so both operands are false, so the result is false. So this is the logical OR operator. Now let's learn about the logical NOT. Logical NOT converts operator to Boolean and return flipped value. Let's understand it with one example. If I write let yes is equal to true, let no equal to false, we are adding two variables yes and no, and yes is true, no is false. And if I try to print not yes, not operator and yes, then it will give the flipped result. Earlier it was true, now it will display false. You can see the first one is false. Here in the second one we are adding not no, so the no value is false, so the not no will be true. You can see the not no is true. So this is the logical NOT operator. Our next topic is JavaScript string operators. In JavaScript, you can also use plus operator to concatenate or join two or more strings. Let me explain this with one example. If I write console.log, and in this one we will add two strings. Let me add hello plus world, and let's see the console tab. You can see hello world is printed here. If you need one space, we will add it here. Now you can see it is printed with one space, hello world. We can join this string using the addition assignment operator also. Let's see another example. If I write let a equal to JavaScript, and in the next line I will add a addition assignment operator plus equal to, and here we will add another text. So let's add a space tutorial. In the current value of a, the current value is JavaScript, and in this JavaScript it will add this tutorial. Let's print it in the console. You can see this text JavaScript tutorial is printed in this console tab. So this is how you can join or concatenate strings in JavaScript using the plus operator. So this was the string operator in JavaScript. There is one more operator in JavaScript, which is bitwise operator. Bitwise operators are rarely used in everyday programming. That's why we will skip this one. Our next topic is operator precedence. Operator precedence in JavaScript determines the order in which operators are passed concerning each other. Let me take one example. Let result equal to 2 plus 3 multiply by 4. So what will be the output here? If you add 2 plus 3, it will be 5, and 5 multiplied by 4, it will be 20. So this will be output, or it will be 4 multiplied by 3, 12 plus 2 equal to 14. So which is the correct answer? So the correct value is 14. Let me show this result in console tab. Now in the console tab you can see the output 14. Why? Because the 3 multiplied by 4 is performing first, and after that it is adding 2. So why multiplication is performed before addition? It is because of the operator's precedence value. In this table you can see the precedence of multiplication and precedence of addition. So the higher precedence is performed first. That's why it is multiplying 3 and 4. After that it is adding 2, and the result is 14. So this was operator precedence. Now let's learn about operator associativity. Operator associativity in JavaScript defines the order in which operators of the same precedence are evaluated. There are two types of operator associativity: left to right, right to left. In this table you can see the operator name and their associativity. Now let's learn about the left to right associativity. In left to right associativity, operators are evaluated from left to right. Let's take one example. If I add, let result is equal to 4 minus 2 minus 1. In this example, only subtraction operator is used and its associativity is left to right, as you can see in this table. The expression 4 minus 2 minus 4 is evaluated from left to right. First, 4 minus 2 will be evaluated and it will give the result 2. Then 2 minus 1 will be evaluated and it will give the result 1. So let's check the result in the console tab. You can see the result 1. So this was left to right associativity. Now let's learn about the right to left associativity. In right to left associativity, operators are evaluated from right to left. For example, let result equal to 2 exponentiation 3 exponentiation 2. In this example, only exponentiation operator is used and its associativity is from right to left, as you can see in this table. First, 3 exponentiation 2 is calculated, resulting in 9. Then 2 exponentiation 9 is evaluated and giving the result 512. So let's see the result in the console tab. Here if I write log result, you can see the result 512. So this was all about the JavaScript operators. Control flow statements in JavaScript. Control flow statements are used to control the flow of execution in JavaScript program. They are used to make decisions, execute loops, and handle errors. There are three types of control flow statements in JavaScript, which is conditional statements, loops, and try-catch statements. So now let's learn about conditional statements. Conditional statements are used to execute different code based on different conditions. The most common conditional statements in JavaScript are if statement, else statement, and else if statement. If statement in JavaScript is used to execute a block of code if a condition is true. So let's understand it with one example. Here we will add if, and in this parenthesis we will add one condition. Condition will be true or false. So we will add true. In this block, let's add one line of code. Execute. So in the console tab, you can see this message execute. In this example, the condition is true. That's why it is executing this code and it is printing execute in this console tab. Now, if I change it, here we will add false. And now in the console tab, you can see nothing is printed. Why? Because if the condition is false, then any code written within this block will be skipped, it will not execute. Now let's understand it with another example. Here we will add age greater than 18 and let's add let age equal to 20 and it will print one message. You are an adult. So here we have the age value 20 and the condition is age greater than 18. So you can see 20 is greater than 18. That's why this block of code will be executed and we will see this message here. Now if we change the value of this age, let's add 16. Now in the console tab, you can see it is blank, nothing is printed. Why? Because this condition is false. 16 greater than 18 is false. That's why this code will not be executed. Let me comment this and we will take another example. And here let's understand with another example. We will add let country equal to India and let age equal to 20 if age greater equal to 18 and operator country equal to India. So this is the if statement where we are adding two conditions using the logical AND operator. Here we are adding logical AND. That's why if the first condition is true and second condition is true, then only this complete line output will be true. So you can see the age is 20, which is greater than 18, and country is India, and here it is comparing with India. So this condition is also true and this is also true. Then overall result is true. So we can print any message. Console.log. You can get a driver's license. Now you can see it is printed here in this console tab. You can get a driver license. Now if I change the age value to 17, now nothing is printed in this console tab, it is empty. So you can add this type of logical or logical AND operator to get the true or false value, and then if the value is true, then only this code will be executed. Now let's learn about the if-else statement. If-else statement in JavaScript is a conditional statement that is used to execute a block of code if a condition is true and another block of code if the condition is false. So let's understand it with one example. Here we will add the same example. Here you can see if the condition is true, then only this code will be executed. Now we have to add another statement that will be executed when the condition is false. So here we just add else. In this else condition, I will print another message. Console.log, you are a minor. Now you can see in the console tab, we got a message, you are a minor. Why? Because the age is 18. So the if condition is false. Here we are adding 16 greater than 18, which is false. So if it is false, then else condition will be executed. And if I change the value 19, you can see the message you are an adult. The if condition is getting executed. Next conditional statement is else if. So in this example, we have one if condition and one else condition. Now we need another condition also. So here we will add else if. And in this one, let's add one condition check. Here we will add age greater equal to 16. It will be greater equal to 18. And in this else if, let's print one message. Console.log, you are a teenager. So what will happen in this program? First, it will check if it is 19, this if condition will be executed. Now, if this condition is false, suppose the value is 17. Now, it will jump to the next statement. The first one is false. It will come to the next statement, which is else if, and in this one, it will check whether the condition is true or false. If the condition is true, then only this code will be executed, else it will go to the another statement. So here let's check age is 17 and 17 is greater than 16, correct? So that's why this condition is true, then this code will be executed. Now let's check this one, and you can see in the console tab we got the message you are a teenager. It is printing from this console.log, which is in the else if statement. Like this, you can have multiple else if statement. Suppose this is also false. Let's add 15. Age is 15. So this condition is false. This condition is also false. So it will execute the else condition. Else condition is you are a minor. You can see in the console tab the message you are a minor. Now you know the if statement, else if statement and else statement. Now we will learn about the switch in JavaScript. The switch statement in JavaScript is a conditional statement that is used to execute a block of code based on the value of an expression. Let's understand the switch with one example. Here if we write let value is equal to 42. And then we will add the switch statement. So this is the syntax to write this switch statement. In this one we will add type of value. So it will get the type of this value variable and the type is number for now. Now in this case we will execute different messages. We can create multiple cases. So in the first case, let's add number. So if the type is number, then we will print console.log number. We can add multiple case, so let's duplicate it, and here we will add string console.log string. Let's add another one. It will be boolean. Console.log boolean. In the default, we will add console.log other. Now in this switch statement, you can see the output is number. Why? Because we are adding value is equal to 42, which is the number type, and here it will check the case. If it is number, then it will print number. Now if we change the type, if I add hello, so the type of this variable is a string, so it will check this case, it is not correct, then it will check this case, so the type is a string, correct? That's why it is printing this message. Now if I change it, let's add true. So the type is boolean, so this case will be executed and it will print boolean. Now if I add anything else, let's add one array. Now you can see other is printed here because this case is also false, this is also false, this is also false, so it will print the default one. So in this default we have added message other, that's why it is printing other in this console tab. Now let's take another example of this switch case. Here we will add day name, and the day name let's add 2. Suppose the day start with Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and the number is 1, 2, 3. For Sunday it is 1, Monday it is 2. So here we are adding let day name is equal to 2. Now let's add the switch statement. In this one we have to pass the day name. So let's add switch day name as a key. And here we will add different values. So first value will be 1, and here day name is equal to Sunday. Now we will add second case, case 2. So the day name will be Monday. Let's add case 3. So we have added 7 different cases, case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and name of the day Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Suppose we have entered any number greater than 7, then we will display another message. So here in this default we will add day name is equal to invalid day number. Now to print this we will add console.log. Let's add the message the day is plus day name. This is the string and this is the variable. Now in the console tab you can see the day is Monday. Why? Because we have added day name 2. Now let's change it. Here we will add 5 and we will check the console tab. You can see the day is Thursday. Let's add 7. So it will check this case 1, then it will check 2, then it will check 3. So it is 7. So it will come here case and the value is 7. Then day name will be Saturday and it will be printed using this console. The day is Saturday. So this is the switch case statement in the JavaScript. Now we will learn ternary operator. It also works like if-else statement. Let me write the example of if-else statement. So here we have added let age equal to 20 if age greater than or equal to 18. So if this condition is true, this code will be executed, and if this condition is false, then else statement will be executed. Now the same thing we can execute using the ternary operator. For ternary operator we use this question mark. Now let's see the syntax for the ternary operator. First we will add condition. Then question mark, and after this question mark we will add the code that will be executed if the condition is true. So here we will add value if true. Now we will add semicolon, and here we will add the code that will be executed if the condition is false. Value if false. This is the syntax to use the ternary operator. Now let's understand with example. So here we will add the same thing, let age is equal to 20, and now we will add the condition like this. Age greater equal to 18 question mark. If it is greater, then what we will print? We will print you are an adult. This will be the message. And if it is false, this condition is false, then we will print you are a minor. We can directly write console.log and this message, so it will be printed in the console tab. So this will become so long, that's why here I am adding let msg is equal to this. Either this message or this message will be stored in this msg. Now we will add console.log msg. Let's see the output in the console tab. You are an adult. Now if I change the value, it will be 16. Now check this. You are a minor. So this is how the ternary operator is working, same as the if-else statement. So this was all about the conditional statements. Loops in JavaScript. In programming, loops are used to repeat a block of code. For example, if you want to display a message 100 times, then you can use a loop. First, we will learn about the for loop. Syntax of the for loop is this one. You have to add for, then in this parenthesis we are adding the initial value of I. After that we are checking the condition. If this condition is true, then only this code will be executed, and after execution of this code written in this curly braces, it will increase the value of I by 1. Now let's understand the for loop with one example. Suppose I want to print one message 10 times. For that, here let's add console.log, and in the message I will add great stack. So I want to print this great stack 10 times. Let's start it with 1. Initial value of I is 1, and I want to print this for 10 times. So here we will add less than equal to 10. This is simple. Now if I run this code, you can see great stack is printed 10 times. You can see 10 here. We are printing the same message 10 times. That's why the browser will collapse it and display only one line, and here it will display 10. It is printed 10 times. Now let's take the another example of for loop. I want to print number from 1 to 10. For that, this for condition will be same. Here we will just add I. So first what will happen, the I value will be 1, and it will be printed using this console.log I. After that, it will increase the value. So the I value will be 2, and it is less than 10, right? Then it will print 2. Again it will increase the value, that will be I3, and I is equal to 3 is less than 10. So 3 will be printed. So like this it will be printed up to 10. Now run this code and you can see 1, 2, 3 up to 10 is printed in this console tab. We can use loops for printing the data of an array. Let's take another example. Let me comment it, and here I will add let coding equal to one array, and in this array I will add JavaScript Python C++. Now I want to print the JavaScript, Python and CPP using for loop. To get the element, we use the index. So index start with 0, JavaScript is at 0 index, Python have index 1, CPP have index 2. So let's write the for loop. Here we will add for. Let's add let I is equal to 0, because index starts with 0. Now I will be less than the length of array. So this is the array dot length. So array length is 3, maximum index value is 2, that's why I am adding I less than coding dot length, that is 3, I less than 3. After that we will add I plus plus, and in this curly braces we will add the code that has to be executed every time. So here we will add console.log coding and I. First it will execute coding 0, then coding 1 and coding 2. So coding 0 will display JavaScript, coding 1 will display Python, and coding 2 will display CPP. So you can see the output in this console tab: JavaScript, Python and CPP. So you can use the loop on arrays also. We can create another loop inside a loop. Let's see another example. Here we already have this code. This is the first loop, and let me make it small. I'll add 1 to 5 and it will print the number from 1 to 5. And after that we will add another loop inside this loop. Here we will add for, and here we will add another variable name. Let's add let j is equal to 1. So initial value is 1. Next we will run this loop for 3 times. So here we will add j less than equal to 3, then increase the value of j, and in this we will print another message. Let's add console.log, and here we will add one message: inner loop plus j. Now you can see the output in the console tab. First it will execute this code, and after that it will come to this for loop. Now this for loop will be executed for 3 times, and in 3 times it will print inner loop 1, inner loop 2, inner loop 3. Here we will add a space. So you can see inner loop 1, 2, 3. Now again it will increase the value of I. So I will be 2, and this will be printed console.log I. So 2 will be printed in the console tab. You can see 2 is printed here, and after this again this for loop will be executed, and it will again print from the 1 to 3. You can see 1, 2, 3. Now again the I value will be increased by 1, it will be 3, and 3 is printed here, and again it will execute this inner loop. Now you can see the message inner loop 1, 2, 3. Again the outer loop will be executed, console.log I will be 4. So this is how you can use another loop inside a loop. Now we will learn while loop. Syntax of while loop. Let's add while, and in this parenthesis we will add condition. Then in this curly braces we will add the code that has to be repeated. So this is the syntax of while loop, which is very simple. So in this one we have to add one condition, and this code will be executed until the condition is true. When the condition is false, it will stop the loop. Now let's understand the while loop with one example. We will print number from 0 to 10. So here let's add console.log, let's add I, and we have to declare this I. So here we will add let I is equal to 0, because we have to print the number from 0 to 10. Now in this condition we will add I less than equal to 10. So first it will check the I value. I value is 0. So if the value is less than 10, then it will print the value of I. Now it will print the same value again and again. So we have to increase the value. So in the next line we will add I plus plus. So first it will print the value, then it will increase the value. Now you can see the output 0, 1, 2 up to 10. So this while loop is repeating this code until the I value is less than or equal to 10. Suppose the I value is 10. So 10 less than equal to 10 is true. It will print this value that is printed here. Now it will increase the value by 1. So I will become 11. Now it will again go to this condition, and 11 is less than equal to 10, that is false. Once it is false, then it will stop this loop. Next we will learn do while loop. Do while loop is also very simple. So this is the syntax for do while loop. First it will execute the code written in this do statement, and after that it will check the condition. If the condition is true, then it will again execute this code, and when the condition is false, it will stop this loop. Now let's understand it with one example. Let's write one code to print a number from 1 to 5 using do while loop. So here we will add let I is equal to 1, and it will print using console tab console.log I, and here it will check the condition. We will add I less than equal to 5. Here we have to increase the value of I, so let's add I plus plus. Now you can see the output in the console tab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So first the I value is 1, then it will come to this statement and it will print the value of I 1, then it will increase the value by 1, so it will become 2. So 2 is less than equal to 5, that is true. So again it will print the value, so it will be printed here, then it will become 3, and 3 is less than equal to 5, that is also true. Again 3 will be printed here. Like this it will print 1 to 5 series. Now let's change the value of I to 10. If I add I is equal to 10, you can see the output 10 is printed here. Why it is printed? Because do while loop will execute the code first time, then only it will check the condition. So first it will print the value of I is equal to 10, so console.log I will be printed here 10. Then it will increase the value 11, then the value of I will be checked here, I less than equal to 5, which is false, so it will not execute the code again, but the first time it will be printed. So this was for loop, while loop and do while loop. Apart from this, there are some other loops also, like for off, for in, that we will study in advanced JavaScript. Now we will learn about break and continue statement in JavaScript. The break statement is used to terminate the loop immediately. Let's understand this with one example. Let's take one example of for loop for printing 1 to 5 number. This for loop is printing number from 1 to 5. You can see in the console tab. Now if I add one if condition here, before printing this number, here we will add if I comparison operator 3. When the I value is 3, then we will add break. So you can see what will happen when it will get the break statement. It will terminate the loop, it will stop the loop. You can see in the output only 1 and 2 is printed. First time the I value will be printed, then second time the I value will be printed, that will be 2, then third time I will be 3, and here it will be checked. If I is equal to 3, it will get this break statement, and after that it will terminate the loop. Only I is equal to 1 and 2 is printed here. So this is how we use the break to terminate the loop or exit the loop. Now we will learn about the continue. The continue statement is used to skip the current iteration of the loop, and the control flow of the program goes to the next iteration. Let's see the example. Here if I write continue, then what will happen? First the I value will be 1, so it will not be executed. Then I will be 2, it will not be executed. Then I value will be 3. Once the I value is 3, it will get this continue statement. When it will get the continue statement, it will skip the remaining code of this for loop, it will directly come to the next iteration. It will increase the value of I by 1. So I will be 4. So the 4 will be printed. Now you can see the output 1, 2, 4, 5. 3 is not printed because when the I value is 3, it will skip this part and the I will become 4. Then again 4 will be printed. So this is how break and continue statement works. So this was all about the for loop, while loop, do while loop, break and continue. In this tutorial, we will learn about function in JavaScript. A function is a block of code that performs the specific task. Functions in JavaScript are reusable block of code that can be called from anywhere in your program. Here is the syntax to declare a function. A function can be defined using the function keyword followed by the function name. The body of a function is written within this curly braces. Now let's create a function to print a text. We will use the function keyword and the function name is greet. To print any text, we will add console.log and message in the double quote. Now we need to call this function to execute the code written in this function. For calling this function, we will use the function name and parenthesis. So simply we will add greet and this parenthesis. So this statement will evoke the function or call this function. After that, you can see the output in the console tab. Hello great stack is printed here. So this is the function declaration using the function keyword and the function name. This is the body of function where we will add the code that will be executed within the function. And this code is for calling this function or evoke the function. Now we will learn about parameters and arguments. Parameters are the variable that are declared in the function definition, while the arguments are the value that are passed to the function when it is called. Let's see one example of function with parameters. We will create one function with the function keyword and the function name is greet. And in this one, we will add two parameters. First name, comma, last name. So this first name and last name are variables that are declared while declaring this function. This is known as parameter. Now we will add the code in the body of this function. Here we will add console.log and we will add the text hello plus there will be first name, then we will add plus and one space within double quote. Then again we will add plus and last name. So it will print hello, first name and last name in the console tab. So right now we have declared the function with two parameters. Now we have to call this function. While calling this function, we have to pass two values that will be arguments. So to call this function, we will add the function name greet, and with this function name we have to add two values. So let's add first value Elon, comma, Musk. So we are passing two values when calling this greet function. Now you can see the output in the console tab. Here it is printing hello Elon Musk. Let's add a space here. Now it looks good. Hello Elon Musk is printed in this console tab. We can pass any data type as argument. So let's add another data type. I will add 200, that will be number. Here also we will add 100. Now see the output. You can see it is printing hello 200 and 100. So we can pass any data type as argument while calling the function. We can pass less or more arguments while calling a function. If we pass less arguments, then the rest of the parameters will be undefined. If you pass more arguments, then additional arguments will be ignored. Let's see one example. If I just pass greet Elon and comment this first call, here you can see the output. It is saying hello Elon and undefined, because we are passing only one argument, and here we have two parameters, first name and last name. So this Elon will be stored in this first name, so it will print hello and the first name is Elon, and in the second parameter, which is last name, we are not passing any argument, so it will be undefined. That's why it is printing hello Elon undefined. The last name is undefined, so we can pass less argument. Now let's see another example. If you pass more arguments, here if I add Elon, comma, Musk, comma, Mr. Now see the output. Here it is printing hello Elon Musk. So the first argument will be stored in the first parameter, which is first name. Second argument will be stored in the second parameter, which is last name, and this third parameter will be ignored because we have only two parameters here. So it will only print this hello and the first name Elon and last name Musk. The third argument will be ignored. Now let's learn about default parameters. Default parameters in JavaScript are parameters that have a default value. This means that if the argument is not passed to the function, the default value will be used. Let's see one example of default parameters. Here we will create one function, write the function name sum, and in this sum function we will add two parameters, which is x and y. Now in this body of function we will add console.log, and it will log the x plus y. It will add the x and y value and it will display in the console tab. Now to call this function, we will add function name and parenthesis. But here you can see we have two parameters, x and y. So when calling this function, we have to pass two arguments also. So let's add two values, 10, 15. So this 10 will be stored in x, 15 will be stored in y, and this console.log will display 10 plus 15, that will be 25. You can see in the console tab it is printing 25, 10 plus 15. Now you can see if I remove 15 from here and we are just passing 10, 10 will be stored in x and y will be undefined, and here we are printing x plus y. So let's see what will be output. Here it is printing nan. Why? It is because here we are adding 10 plus undefined. X plus y will be 10 plus undefined. That's why it is printing nan. That means not a number. We cannot add the undefined and number. So it is printing nan. Here we are passing only one parameter and you want this function to work. For that we can add y is equal to 0. Suppose we have added y value 0, then you can see the output in the console tab. It is printing 10. Let's see if I add 50. We are passing 50 in x and y default value is 0. So x plus y, that means 50 plus 0, that will be 50. You can see the output, 50 is printed. So 0 is the default value of this y parameter. And here if we pass two numbers, 50 plus 30, then it will use 30 in this y. You can see the output. 50 plus 30, 80 is printed here because we are passing two arguments. 50 will be stored in x, 30 will be stored in y. So this was the default parameters in JavaScript. Now we will learn about function return. The return statement can be used to return the value when the function is called. The return statement denotes that the function has ended. Any code after return is not executed. Let's see one example. If I create one function, and function name is add, and in this one we will add two parameters, a and b. Now we can add return a plus b. So this function will return the addition of a and b. Now to call this function we will add the function name add, and in this one we have to add two values as argument. So we will add 10 and 20. So this will call this function, and this function will return the addition of 10 plus 20. So we can store this result. So here let's add one variable with the let keyword, let result equal to add function. So the return of this add function will be assigned in this result variable. Now we can print this result. We will add console.log the sum is result. Now you can see the output in the console tab. It is displaying the sum is 30. If we add 10 and 40, you can see the output in console tab. The sum is 50. So this return statement will return the value. If we add any code after this return statement like a multiply by b, this code will not be executed. Return statement denotes that the function has ended. Any code after this return statement will not be executed. In JavaScript, a function can return another function also. Let's see one example. Here if we create one function with the function name fn1, so this is the first function. Here I am adding one parameter x. In this function 1 we will create another function. Let's create function fn2, and this will accept one parameter y. Now in this second function we will add return x multiply y. So the function 2 will return the multiplication of x and y. Next, after this function 2 we will add return fn2. So when we will call this function 1, it will execute this function 2 also, and then it will return this function 2. So function 1 is returning another function, that is function 2. To call this function we will add fn1 parenthesis and we will pass one argument. So let's add 3. So here we are calling function 1 and passing one argument. Let's store its value in one variable. We will add let result is equal to function 1 and try to print this result. Console.log result. So you can see the output in the console tab. Here it is displaying one function. So you can see when I am calling this function 1, it is returning the function 2, and that function 2 is stored in this result. Now the function 2 is stored in this result, so we can simply call this result like this, result. For the second function also we need one argument, so we will add 2, and let's print this one. We will add console.log and print this result 2. You can see the output, it is displaying 6, because in function 1 I am passing 3, that will be x, and function 2 I am passing 2, that will be y, and x multiplied by y will be 3 multiplied by 2 is equal to 6. Let's understand this example again. Here we have the function 1. This function 1 has return a statement, and this return statement is actually returning the function fn2 which is declared here. So the function is returning another function. Now we can store the return value in any variable. So here we have called and stored the return of the function 1 in result. With this console log, we can see what is stored in this result. So in this result, function 2 is stored. So to call this function 2, we will add result and we will pass one argument. So this was another example of return a statement in JavaScript function. So this was all about function. In this video, we will learn callbacks in JavaScript. A callback is a function passed as an argument to another function. A callback function can run after another function has finished. Let's understand the callbacks with one example. I am creating one function and the function name is display. And this display function will display the message in the console tab. So here we will add console.log and let's add result, and this result is parameter. So here we have declared one display function that will only display the result in the console tab. We are not performing any calculation in this function. Now we will create another function. Let's add the function keyword and the function name is add. This add function will have three parameters. Let's add num1, then num2, and the third one will be one function. Let's add my callback. In this add function, we will add let sum is equal to num1 plus num2. So this sum variable will store the value of num1 plus num2. Next, we will add this callback, and in this callback we will add sum. Now we will call this add function. So just add the function name, which is add, and parenthesis, and this function has three parameters, so we will pass three arguments. So first one will be one number that we want to add. Again we will add another number 10, 20, and in the next parameter we will pass one function. So we have already created this display function, so we will pass this display function in this add function. When you pass a function as an argument, remember, do not use the parenthesis. We will simply add the function name. There is no parenthesis required. So let's understand this code. Here we have declared one function that will just display one message in the console. Then we have another function that have three parameters. It will add the two number and store the value in some variable. Now to print this sum in console, we need to call this display function. So when calling this add function, we are passing the two numbers 10 and 20 that will be added, and we are passing this display function as argument, and this function will be here in my callback. This display function also accepts one argument, so here I am adding my callback and the value, which is sum. So this my callback will call this display function. So let's see the output. In the console tab you can see it is printing 30. We are calling add function, and in this add function we have not added console.log. The console.log is added in the another function called display, and we are passing this display function as argument in the add function. Let's change the value. If I write 20 plus 30, and now again check the output, you can see it is displaying 50, that is 20 plus 30. So when we are passing one function as an argument to another function, that is known as callback function in JavaScript. Now let's learn about anonymous functions. Anonymous functions in JavaScript are functions that are not declared with a name. Here is the syntax for anonymous function. Just write the function keyword and parenthesis and add your code within the curly braces. We can add parameters also in anonymous function. So this is the syntax to create anonymous function. We are not adding any function name. We are just adding function keyword and parenthesis and curly braces. Now let's see one example of anonymous function. Here we will create one function with the function keyword. This function will have two parameters, x and y. Now this function will return the value of x plus y. Here I am creating one function without any name, so it will not be stored on our memory. So to access this function, we can store this function in any variable. So let's add let keyword to create one variable, and the variable name is sum. Sum is equal to function. Here we have declared one function and assigned this function in a variable called sum. This is known as function expression. To call this function, we can use the sum variable. Here we will add sum, and this function accepts two arguments, so we will add the two value in this parenthesis, 10 and 15. Now to print this value in the console tab, we will add console.log and write this sum and two parameters. Now you can see the output in the console tab. It is printing 25. Let's change the value. Here we will add 10 and 30. Now again you can see the output 40. So let's understand this example again. Here I am creating one function without any name and assigning this function in variable called sum. To access this function or call this function, we can use this sum variable, and this function accepts two arguments. So with this sum we are passing two arguments, 10 and 30. This 10 will be stored in x and 30 will be stored in y. So it will return the x plus y value, that will be 40, that will be printed in our console tab. Now let's see another example of anonymous functions. Here we will create one function with the function keyword and write the parenthesis, and within the curly braces we will add console.log and one message, welcome to GreatStack. Here we have declared one function without any name, but how to execute the code written in this function? As you know, to call any function we write the function name and parenthesis. So this will call or execute the function. We will add the same thing with this anonymous function also. We will wrap this anonymous function in a parenthesis like this. We have wrapped it in this bracket, and now we will add this parenthesis that will execute this function. Now you can see in the console tab, it is printing welcome to GreatStack. The function is executed immediately when the script runs, and it logs the message welcome to GreatStack to the console. Now let's see another example of anonymous function. Here we will add set timeout function and time. Set timeout is built-in method in JavaScript that accepts one function and time in milliseconds. So here let's add 2000 milliseconds, and here we will create one function. So here we can add one anonymous function. Let's add function keyword, then parenthesis and curly braces, and in this curly braces we can add the code that will be executed within this function. So let's add console.log hello GreatStack. Here I am adding an anonymous function that displays the message hello GreatStack in console, and here I am adding 2000 milliseconds. So it will execute this function after 2000 milliseconds, that is 2 seconds. Let's see the output. In the console tab you can see it is blank, but after 2 seconds it displays the message hello GreatStack. Now increase the time. If I add 5000 milliseconds, that will be 5 seconds, and run the code again, you can see the console is blank, and after 5 seconds it will print hello great stack. You can see it is printing hello great stack in the console. We can write like this so it will be clear. Now you can see we have declared one function without any name. So this is another example of anonymous functions. Now we will learn about recursive functions in JavaScript. A recursive function in JavaScript is a function that calls itself. Let's create one function, and the function name is my function. And within this function we can write the code, and after that we will call the same function. Here we will add my function and parentheses. So in this one you can see we have declared one function with the name my function, and within this function we are calling the same function, my function parentheses. Now to evoke this function we will add it here outside of this function. Here my function is recursive function because it is calling itself inside the function. A recursive function must have a condition to stop calling itself, otherwise the function will be calling itself infinitely. To prevent infinite recursion, we can use if-else statement or any conditional statement. So here if I add if condition, and within this condition we will call this recursive function, and else stop calling recursion. So this is just one example how we can create one recursive function and call the recursive function, and how to prevent the recursive function for infinite recursion. We can add the if-else condition or any other conditional statements of JavaScript. Now let's see one example. I want to print numbers in descending order. So here we will create one function, and let's add the function name countdown. So this countdown function will accept one number. So here we will add num. To call this function we will add the function name countdown, and we will pass any number. Let's add 10. So this will call this countdown function and pass the number 10 in this num. Now to print this number we will add console.log num. So this will be printed in the console tab. Now I want to print 10, 9, 8, 7 like this. So we have to decrease the number. So after printing the number in console, we will decrease its value by 1. So simply we can add num minus minus. So it will decrease the value by 1. If the number is 10, it will become 9. So after decreasing the number, again we have to print it. So to print the number again, we can call this function again. Let's add countdown num. So this countdown num will again start from here, and it will again print this. But this countdown will be running infinitely. So to prevent the infinite recursion, here we will add if num is greater or equal to 0. So when the number is greater or equal to 0, then only it will call the function again. Now you can see the output. It is printing 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It is printing the number from 10 to 0. Let's understand this code again. Here we have declared one function, and in this function it is printing the number, and it will decrease the number by 1, and after that it will check if the number is greater or equal to 0, then it will call this function again. So this countdown function is calling itself. This is known as recursive function. So this is all about recursive function, callback function and anonymous functions in JavaScript. Object in JavaScript. JavaScript object is a non-primitive data type that allows you to store multiple collections of data. Let's see the syntax to declare an object. We will use const keyword, then object name, so this is an object. In this we can add the data in key value pair. We will add key 1, value 1. We will add the comma to separate the data. We will add another key, key 2 and value 2. We can use the let keyword also to declare one object, but it is good practice to use the const keyword. Let's see one example. If I write the object name person, and in this person object we will add the name of the person. So first we will add first name, and in the first name we will add Elon. Add one comma, then we will add the last name. The value is Musk, and we will add one more information, age. So here we have created one object with the object name person. In this object we have three properties. Now let's check the type of this person. We will add console.log type of person. Now you can see in the console tab it is printing object. So the type of the person is an object. Now if you want to print the complete object, we will add console.log person. In this console you can see it is printing the object that we have created. It is printing age 35, first name and last name. Any object can store two things, which is properties and methods. In this person object, data is stored in key value pairs. First name is the key, Elon is the value, age is key, 35 is value. These key value pairs are called properties. Key is always stored as a string. Here if I write this name in double quote, still it will be correct. You can see there is no error. In the output you can see it is displaying simply first name. So by default it will store it as a string. In the value we can add any data type. We can add a string, number, arrays, boolean, function, and we can store an object also. When we declare a function as a value in key value pair, then it is known as methods. Now let's learn how to access the properties of an object. We can access the values of a property by using its key name. So the first way of accessing the property is using dot notation. We can write object name dot key. So it will give the value stored in the key value pair of the object. Let's access the value stored in this person object. Here we have the console.log person, and if you want to access the name stored in the first name, so we will add person.firstname, and we will check the console. You can see it is printing Elon. So we can access the property using dot notation. Let's add the age here. If you want to access the age, object name and key. So it is displaying the value in the console. You can see it is printing 35. The second way of accessing the properties of an object is using bracket notation. So in this example, here we will remove this dot and add a square bracket. And we will add this text in double quote as a string. Now you can see the console tab, it is printing 35. So we can access the property by using bracket notation, and in this bracket we have to add the key name with double quote or single quote. Let's add the first name. So you can see the first name in the console, Elon. Keys in object are stored as a string, so we can add this key in double quote like this, and we can add a space also. Here we are adding first space name like this. Now if you want to access the value stored in the first name, we will add console.log and object name, and if you use dot here, dot first name, it will give an error. We cannot access this property by using dot notation. In this case we have to use the bracket notation only, and in this bracket notation we will add the string in double quote or single quote. Then you can see it will display the name. It is displaying the name Elon in the console tab. So the bracket notation is also useful to access the properties of an object. Now let's see how to update the properties of an object. So we have this object person, and in this one if I want to update the first name, so the first name is Elon and I want to change it, so we can add the object name, that is person, and write the key, that will be first name, and we can assign a new value or a new data. So here we will add Mr. Elon. So this line will update the first name in the object called person. Now you can see the output. It is displaying Mr. Elon because here we are printing person dot first name. Here we have declared one object with the person, and here the first name is Elon, and in this line we are updating the first name with the new name, which is Mr. Elon, and Mr. Elon is printed using this console.log. Next we will learn how to add a new properties in the object. So here we have the object with 3 properties, and now I want to add one more property. So for that we will add the object name. So the object name is person. Then we will add the key. So key is company. So this line will add a new property in the person object. Now if you want to display the object, just add console.log and object name. Now you can see the console tab. It is displaying the object with 4 properties: age, company, first name, last name. So we have added one new property, company, and it is displaying in this object. Next we will learn how to delete one property from the object. So let's use the same example, and here we will add the delete keyword, delete, then write the object name and key. So let's delete the age. That's it. We are adding delete keyword, then object name and key. Now if you want to check, let's see the console tab. Here you can see it is displaying only 3 property, which is company, first name and last name. Age property is missing because we have deleted age property from this object. This is how you can access the properties of an object. You can update the property, you can delete the property, and you can add a new property. As I have already discussed, in value we can store any type of data. So we can store one object also, that is nested object. So let's take the same example. In this one we will add one more property. Here we will add address, and this address will contain another object. That's it. So we will add the data in key value pair. In this example you can see we have an object called person, and in this object we have 3 properties. Then we have added one more properties, and this property is having another object that is known as nested object. And in this object also we have added the data in key value pairs. You can see street, city, state, country and zip code. Now to access the data stored in the nested object, we can use the same dot notation. Let's add console.log, write the first object name person, and in this object we have the address. We will add address, and from the address we can access city, Now you can see the console tab, it is printing Austin. Now if you want to access zip code, write person, address, zip code. Now you can see it is displaying zip code in this console. So this is how you can access the properties of the nested object. Now we will learn how to check if a property exists in an object. To check if a property exists in an object, you can use the in operator. We can write property name in object name. Here we have the person object. So let's see one example to check if the property exists in this person. We will add age in person. It returns true if the property exists in the object. So let's print this in console tab. We will add console.log. We have to add this age in quotes. Now you can see in the console it is printing true because age exists in this person. Now if you want to check first name exists or not, so here we will add first name in person. So it will display true because we have the first name in the person object. Now if we will add country in person, now you can see it is displaying false because in this person object we don't have any property with the key name country. Now if you want to display all properties and values of an object without knowing the property name, then you can use for in loop. For in loop allows you to access each property and value of an object without knowing the specific name of the property. For example, we will add for, and in this one we will add one variable. So let's declare one variable with the let keyword, and we will add the variable name prop, that is properties, and prop in object name person. Now we can print this prop. So let's add console.log prop. In the console you can see it is printing first name, last name and age, because in this person object we have three keys: first name, last name and age. So using the for in loop you can access all properties of an object. Now if you want to access the values stored in this key, we can use the bracket notation. As we have already discussed, to access the value we use the object name like person and bracket notation, and in this one we will add the key. So let's add age, so it will display the value. So here we will add the same thing. Let's add person square bracket and prop. So you can see the output in console tab, it is displaying the values only. The values are Elon Musk and 35. Now if you want to display both key and value, so let's add prop plus, and here we will add colon. Now you can see the output in the console tab, it is displaying both key and values stored in this person: first name Elon, last name Musk, age 35. So using the for in loop you can access all the properties of an object. There are multiple ways to create an object in JavaScript. This was the example to create an object with object literal. Let's see another example where we will create an object with the new keyword. For that we will add const person new object. So this is the another way to create an object. If you want to add some data in this object, we can add the object name and key and assign one value. So it will add this data in this person object. Let's duplicate it and we will add another data. Last name age. Now if you want to display this person object, just add console.log person. You can see in the console tab it is displaying one object with the data, age, first name, last name. So you can see we have created one object with the new keyword and then we have added these data in this person object. We can add these data while creating an object also. Let's see. I will remove these things. Remove it from here, and in this object just add curly braces, and within this curly braces write the data in key value pair. And here it will be comma. Now it will create the same thing. You can see the output, it is same. Still it is displaying the object with three properties, first name, last name and age. So this was all about JavaScript object and their properties. In this video we will learn about JavaScript object methods. JavaScript method is an object property that contains a function definition. Let's create one object with the const keyword. Here we will add the object name person, and in this object we will add two properties, first name and last name. Let me create one more property here and I will add the property name greet. You can call it property name or key. In this greet property we will declare one function. To declare a function, we use function keyword. Then name of the function. So let me write the function name greet. And in this function, we will print one message using the console log hello world. So in this one, you can see we have the third property with the function definition. This is called as object methods. So this is the method of the person object. Now to call this method, we will add the object name, that is person, and then write the method name greet and write the parenthesis also. Now you can see the console tab, it will display the output hello world. So in the person object, we have created one property with the function definition that is known as method, and we are calling this method using the object name dot method name parenthesis. Here we have declared one regular function. We can add the anonymous function also. Let's remove this name and we can write like this. Here we have used function expression to define a function and assign it to the greet property of the person object, and still it will display the same message in the console tab hello world. We can declare a function outside of the object and assign it to an object as a method. Here is one example. Let me remove this function from here, and here we have one object with two properties. Now we will declare one function. Function name is greet and console.log hello world. Next we will assign this function inside this person object. So here we will add person dot any key name. So we will add the key name greeting is equal to greet. Let me add T, it will be correct. So in this line I am assigning this greet in this person greeting. Now to display the output, we will add the person dot greeting parenthesis. Now you can see the output, it is displaying hello world. So let's understand this example again. Here we have created one object and the object name is person, where we have only two properties. Now we have declared one function and assigning this greet function in this person object. The property name or key name is greeting. We are calling this method using person.greeting parenthesis. Now if you want to display this person object, simply we will add console.log person. Now in the console tab you can see it will display the object, and in this object you can see we have the first name, then this greeting property which is the method. In this greeting we have the function definition. So this is how you can assign one function inside an object as a method. ES6 provides us one more way to declare a method for an object. Let me remove it, and in this object we can simply add greet and curly braces and write the code. So this is one more way to declare one function inside the object as a method. We can access this method using the person dot greet. Now you can see it will display the message hello world in the console tab. Now we will learn about JavaScript this keyword. To access the other properties of an object within a method of the same object, we can use this keyword. Let's see the same example. One object with the name person, and we have two properties, first name and last name. Now to access the first name, we used to write object name dot the key name or first name. So this is how you can access the property of an object. But when we need to access the first name within the method, so in this one, let's create one method. Here we will add one method, greet, one anonymous function, and message console.log hello. Now in this method, if I want to display the first name, so here we will add plus this dot first name. So when we need to access the property of an object outside of the object, we use the object name and key. So we are adding person dot first name. But here we are accessing the first name inside this method, and this method is in this person object. So this keyword refers to the same object which is person. So we don't need to write the object name, we can simply write this keyword dot first name. So this will print hello and the first name. Now to call this method, we will add the object name person dot greet. Let's see the output in the console tab. It is printing hello Elon. Let me add a space here. Now you can see it is printing hello Elon in the console tab. So we can use this keyword to access the properties of the same object within the method. So when we use this keyword within a method, it refers to the same object. Now let's define a method that returns the full name of the person object by containing its first name and last name. So remove it, and let's remove this method also. And here we will add another method, get full name. One function, and in this function we will add return. This function will return the first name and last name. To access the property, we will add this dot first name then we will add space. So let's add double quote, then plus this dot last name. It will access the last name. So in this method you can see it is returning this dot first name, so it will return this value Elon, and here this dot last name, it will return this value Musk. Now to call this method, we will add person.getFullName. This method is returning some value, so we can print it using console.log. Let's add console.log person.getFullName. Now you can see the output in the console tab. It is printing Elon Musk. So it is returning the full name by containing first name and last name. Let's understand this example again. Here we have an object with the name person, where we have two properties, first name and last name, and one method. This method returns the first name and last name of the person. Now we are calling this method, so it will display the full name, which is Elon Musk. We can use this keyword outside of the method also, but it will refer to the other object. Let's remove all these things, and here simply add console.log this. So here you can see the output. It is displaying window object. So if we use this keyword alone or inside a function, then it will refer to the global object, that is window object. Or when we use this keyword in the event, then it will refer to the element that received the event. This keyword is not a variable, so we cannot change the value of this. So this is all about JavaScript method and this keyword. In this tutorial, you will learn about JavaScript constructor function and how to use the new keyword to create an object. In JavaScript, constructor function is used to create objects. Let me create an object. We will add the const keyword, then object name person, and in this object we will add properties. So the first property is first name, and the second property last name. This example create a person object with two properties, first name and last name. But this syntax is used when you have to create a single object. In programming, you often need to create many similar objects like person. To do that, you can use a constructor function. Let me create one constructor function. For that, we will add function keyword and then the name of the function person, then parenthesis, and in this curly braces we will add properties. So let's add this dot first name and value Elon, again this dot last name and value. Constructor function is similar as a regular function, but it is good practice to capitalize the first letter of the constructor function. So you can see here I have added capital P in this person. A constructor function should be called only with the new operator. We can use the new operator to create an object from a constructor function. Till now we have not created any object, we have just created one constructor function. To create a new object, we use the new operator. So let's see how to create an object using this constructor function. Let's add the const keyword. Then we can write any name of the object. So let's add the person1. This is the object name. Here let's add new operator and write the function name person. So this line will create one new object, that is person1. Using the constructor function, we can create multiple objects. So let's add one more line. Here we will add person2. So here we are creating another object with the name person2 with this person constructor function. Now if you want to see what is stored in the person1, console.log person1 and see the output in the console tab. So you can see the person1 is one object with the two properties, first name and last name. Now let's see the second object also. So we will add console.log person2. So we are printing both person1 and person2 in the console. So let's see the output. Here you can see both output is same. When a new object is created using the constructor function, this keyword will refer to the newly created object. So in this example, here we are creating one new object, person1, with the new operator and this constructor function. So this keyword will refer to the newly created object, which is person1, and this first name and last name will be added in this person1 as a property. So in this example, person1 and person2 object have same property value, but we can create multiple objects of the same type with different property value also using constructor function parameters. So as you know the parameters in the function, here we will add parameters in this constructor function also. So in this function, let's add first, last. In this constructor function, we are adding two parameters, first and last, and this first will be stored in this first name, this last will be stored in this last name. Now when calling this constructor function, we have to pass two arguments. Here we are creating object by calling this constructor function. So to call this constructor function, we have to pass two arguments. So let's pass two value, Elon Musk. For creating this person2 object, we will pass another argument. Let's add another name, Bill Gates. So in this example, here we have one constructor function with two parameters. So to call this constructor function, we have to pass two arguments. So this Elon will be here in this first, and this first will be stored as a value in this first name property. This Musk will go here in the last, and this last will be stored as the value in this last name property. So when we are creating person1, it will create one object with the property first name and last name, and the value is Elon Musk. And when we will create the person2 object, it will also create the object, but the value will be different, that will be Bill Gates. Now let's see the person1 and person2 object in the console tab. So you can see the output here in this console. So in the first object, you can see first name Elon, last name Musk, and in the second object, we have first name Will, last name Gates. So using the constructor function, we can create multiple objects of the same type. Now let's see how to add properties and methods in an object. So first, let's add one property in person1 object. So removing this console, and here I will add person1. To add a new property in this person1, just add dot and the property name age and write the value. Let's add 52. Now we can print this in the console. Let's add console.log person1. You can see in the console tab, here we have three properties in this person1 object, which is first name, last name and age, and the age value is 52 that we have added here. person1.age is equal to 52. Now if I simply want to print the age, here we will add console.log person1.age. So you can see the console tab, it is only printing the value stored in this age property, that is 52. Now if I try to access the age from the person2, let's see what will happen. Here I am adding person2.age and see the output in the console tab. It is displaying undefined because we have added this age property only in the person1 object. We have not added in the person2 object. That's why person2.age will display undefined. Now let's see how to add one method in the person2. So let's scroll, and here we will add person2 dot method name. We will add greet and declare one function. As we have already studied, method is a function declaration inside the object property. So here in this person2 object, we are adding one method with the name greet and declaring one function. And let's say this function will log one message, hello great stack. We have to write it in quotes. So we have added one method in the person2 object. Now let's access this method. Here we will add person2 dot greet. From person2 we are calling this greet method. Now let's see the output in the console tab. It is printing hello great stack in the console tab. So this is the example to add a method in the object. Now let me remove this. And you can see in this constructor function I have added only two properties. Now let's see how to add one method in the constructor function. So here let's add one comma, and here we will add this dot name of the method, get full name, and here we will declare one function. So this method will return some value. So return this dot first name, then we will return the last name also. Let's add one space plus and this dot last name. So here I am adding get full name, and this method will return first name plus last name. That will return the full name. So we have just created the constructor function. Now we have to create object also. So let me add the same example again. I will add person1 and person2. So we have created person1 and person2 object using the new operator and constructor function. Now let's see how to access the get full name method. So to access the full name, just we will add person1 dot get full name, the method name. Now this method is returning some value, so we can print it using log, console.log person1 dot get full name. Now you can see the output in the console tab. It is printing Elon Musk. Now let's access the person2 full name, and you can see the output Bill Gates. The problem with this constructor function is that when we create new object using this constructor function, the same method will be created in all the objects created using this constructor function, which is not memory efficient. To resolve this, we can use the prototype of the object so that all objects created from this person constructor function will share the same method. So this is all about JavaScript constructor function. In this tutorial, you will learn about JavaScript object prototype. In JavaScript, every function and object has its own property called prototype. Let's create one object, const person, and this person will have name Elon. So this is one simple object with only one property, that is name. But this person object has one more property called prototype. Let's see this person object in the console. We will add console.log person, and you can see in the console tab, here it is displaying one object name Elon, right? But if I expand it, you can see the property name Elon, but here we have one more property called prototype. And the prototype is also an object. A prototype itself is also another object, so the prototype has its own prototype. Let's expand this prototype again and expand any of this. You can see here again we have the prototype. Let's expand another one. Here also we have prototype. So the prototype has its own prototype. This creates a prototype chain. Now let's learn prototype inheritance. We can use the prototype to add properties and methods to a constructor function, and objects inherit the properties and methods from a prototype. Let's see the previous example of constructor function. So this is one constructor function with two parameters and the two properties, first name and last name. Now previously we were adding like person1, that is one object, and in this object we can add new property like this, person.age. So it will add a new property in the person1 object. But here we want to add one property in the constructor function. Like we have the person constructor function, so we cannot add one property like this in the constructor function, and we cannot add a method in the constructor function like this. After declaration of the constructor function, we cannot add the extra properties or method like this. To add the another property or method in the constructor function after declaration, we can use the prototype. Here we have only two property in this constructor function, so let's add one more property. So to add one property in this constructor function, we will add the function name person, then prototype like this, and in this prototype we will add one new property name. So let's add the property name gender, and the value is male. So using this we can add one new property in the person constructor function. Now let me create object also. So I will use the const keyword and object name. So the object name is person1, and create an object using new operator and the function name, and pass two values. And we will create one more object. So duplicate this, it will be person2 and different value. So we have two objects, person1 and person2. Now let's see whether the newly added property is available in the person1 and person2 or not. So let's add console.log person1 object and see the output in the console tab. Here it is displaying first name Elon, last name Musk. Here we have only two properties, but we have added the another one gender, which is not available here. But if I expand it and come to the prototype, here we have the prototype, and open this prototype. Here you can see our newly added property gender male in this prototype. So you can see how you can add a new property in the prototype, and this prototype property will be inherited by all the object. Now let's see the output for the person1 dot gender and see the output. Here it is displaying male because the object is inheriting the properties of the prototype. Now let's see the output when we access the person2 for the second person object. Let's access the gender, and you can see it is displaying male again. Here we have added gender property in the person constructor function using prototype, and this person1 and person2 objects inherit the gender property from the constructor function prototype. Gender property is not available in the person1 and person2 object, you can see in the console, but still we can access it because it is added in the prototype, which is here. Now let's see how to add one method in the constructor function. So here we have added one gender property, so instead of this we will add one method. Let's add method with the name get full name, and this method will be a function definition. So in this function we will return the full name. So write return this dot first name and space this dot last name. So in this person constructor function, we are adding one method using the prototype, and this method name is getFullName. This method will return the first name and last name of the person. So let's see the output of the person1 in the console tab. You can see it is displaying first name and last name in this console, but if I expand it, here you can see we have the prototype, and if I expand this prototype, you can see in the person1 prototype it is displaying getFullName method. You can see the getFullName method is here. So this getFullName method is not added in this person1 or person2. This person1 and person2 object is inheriting this method from the prototype of the constructor function. So we can access it like this: getFullName, person1 dot getFullName. Let's see the output. It is printing Elon Musk. Now we can access this getFullName from the person2 also, and see the output. It is displaying Bill Gates. Let's understand this example again. Here we have created one constructor function with only two properties. After declaration of the constructor function, we cannot directly add new property or method in this function, but to add the new property or method, we will use the prototype. So we are adding person.prototype and the method name. Method is a function declaration, so we are adding function, and this function will return the first name and last name. Now here we are creating two objects with the constructor function, person1 and person2. Now this person1 and person2 does not have the getFullName, but still we can access the getFullName method from person1 and person2 because it is inheriting the prototype of the constructor function. So we can access person2.getFullName, and we can also access person1.getFullName. Now let's see what will happen if I change the prototype value. So let's create one constructor function. Here we will add one property. Elon Musk, and in this one we will add one new property using prototype. So we will add person.prototype, and the new property name age is equal to 25. So we have added one new property in the prototype, that is age is equal to 25. Now we will create one object. So to create an object, we will use the const keyword, and the object name, it is person1, and new, then constructor function. So this will create one new object, that is person1. So here we have created one new object called person1. After creating this object, let's change the value of this property. So in the next line we will add person.prototype is equal to age 52, like this. Earlier we have added age 25, and here we are changing the prototype property age 52. So after changing, again we are creating one new object, const person2 new and constructor function. So before changing the property, we have created one person1 object, and after changing the prototype, we have created person2 object. Now let's see the output in the console tab. So we will add log person1 and person2. and you can see it in the console tab. It is displaying name Elon Musk in both object, but if I try to access age and age in the second object, so you can see the output. For the person 1 it is displaying age 25, and for person 2 it is displaying age 52, because if a prototype value is changed, then all the new objects will have the changed property value, and all the previously created objects will have the previous value. So in this example you can see here we have the property value 25 and created one object person 1. In this person 1 object, age value will be 25, and before creating person 2 we have changed the property. So this person 2 will have the updated property value that will be 52. That's why it is printing 25 for the person 1 age and 52 for the person 2 age. So this was all about JavaScript prototype. In this tutorial, you will learn about object destructuring. Object destructuring in JavaScript is a feature that allows you to extract the properties of an object into variables. This can be useful for assigning the properties of an object to variables in single statement. Let's understand it with one example. We will add one object with the name person. Here we have created one person object with two properties, first name and last name. To store these properties value in a variable, we used to write person dot first name. This is for accessing the first name of this person, and to store it in variable we used to write let and one variable name like fname is equal to person dot first name. Like this, if I want to store the last name, we will add another variable name lname person dot last name. So this is the previous syntax to store the object properties value in a variable, but ES6 introduces the object destructuring syntax that provides an alternative way to assign properties to an object variables. Here is the syntax for object destructuring. We will add let, and in this curly braces we will add property name and value, another property name and value, and here we will add the object name. That's it. So let's assign the properties of this person object in variables using the object destructuring. Here we will add person, and here we will add the property name. So the property name is first name, and this first name will be stored in the variable called fname. Now add one comma and write the another property name, and for this property name again we need one variable. So the variable name is last name. So this is the simple syntax of destructuring. We can write the property name and value to store the object properties value in variables. Now if I check the value stored in this fname variable or lname variable, we will just add log fname. You can see it is displaying Elon. If I add L name, here will be capital N, and you can see the output Musk. We can further simplify this syntax. Suppose you want to add the variable name same as the object's property name. Like object property name is first name and last name, and our variable name is also first name and last name. Then here we don't have to write the variable name, just write first name and last name and then object. Now to print this, we will add console.log first name. It is printed here in this console. Now let's add last name. You can see the last name in this console. So this is the simple syntax of object destructuring. Here in this object we have only two properties, but what will happen if I add one more property in this object destructuring syntax? Let's add one age that is not available in this person object. Then what will happen? Let's see the output. If I add console.log age, it is printing undefined because this age property is not available in this person. So when you assign a property that does not exist in an object to a variable using the object destructuring, the variable is set to undefined. Now in this object destructuring, we can add the default values also. Suppose here we don't have the age value, so we can add like this. Age is equal to 18. So this is the default value of the age variable. If the property is available in this object, it will display the actual value, and if it is not available, it will display this default value 18. So you can see the output, it is displaying 18 because the default value for the age is 18. Now suppose this age is available here in this object. We are adding age 52. Now what will be the output? You can see the output, it is displaying 52 because it will ignore the default value. Here we already have age declared in the person object. So this age variable will store the actual value of the property, which is 52. So this is all about object destructuring. Now let's learn about object literal syntax extensions in ES6. To create one object, we used to write like this: const person and first name and last name. So this is the object literal syntax to create an object with the key value pairs. But here if I write one variable, let first name equal to Elon and last name Musk. Here we have two variables, first name, last name. So we can simply add first name comma last name. We don't have to write the key values in this object. We will simply add the variable name, and this person will store this information as key value pair. Now if you try to print this person, let's add console.log person. You can see it is displaying first name Elon, last name Musk. So we are just adding the variable name in this person object, and this person will store the variable name and value also as a key value pair. So this is all about objects in JavaScript. In this video, we will learn about JavaScript class. Classes are one of the features introduced in ES6 version of JavaScript. JavaScript class is a template for creating objects. To create a class, we use class keyword. Then we write the name of the class. Within the class, we create one constructor method. You should always add a method with the name constructor within the class. The first letter of the class name should be in capital letter. JavaScript class is similar to the JavaScript constructor function. To create a constructor function in JavaScript, we used to write function and name of the function. I'm adding person. In this function, we will add. Here we will add the code to initialize the property value of an object. After creating the constructor function, we create object. We can write any object name, person1, new keyword and constructor function and pass two values here. So this is for creating one new object. To display the object created using this constructor function, we used to write console.log person1. You can see the output in this console tab. It is displaying one object with the property name and age. Now we can create the object using class also. So now let's create the class. To create a class, we used to write class keyword, then class name. I'm adding the class name person, and in this class name we have to add one constructor method, and this constructor method is used to initialize the value of the object. So let me add this here. Here we will add two parameters. So this is one class with the name person, and this line will create one object with this class. Now let's duplicate it. We will create another object with the name person2 and we will pass another value. So we have two objects, person1 and person2. Now if you want to display the object in console tab, you can write console.log and you can see the output. It is displaying here one object with two properties, name and age, and the name is Elon Musk and age is 52. Now let's print second object, which is person2. You can see the output in the console tab. It is displaying another object with the name Bill Gates and age 67. This constructor method initializes the property of the object. JavaScript automatically calls the constructor method when you create an object using the class. Now let's learn about JavaScript class methods. We can add any number of methods in JavaScript class. So let me remove this second person, and in this class, after this constructor, we can add any method. So let's add one method with the name greet, and this greet method will return text hello, this dot name. It will return hello and name of the person. Now I want to display this person1 object, so here I will add console.log person1, and in the console tab you can see one object with two properties, name Elon Musk, age 52. Now let's expand it, and here you can see prototype, and in this prototype you can see this greet method in this prototype of the object. So we can call this greet method from this person1 object. So in this console.log I will add greet, and you can see the output. It is displaying hello Elon Musk, because we are calling the greet method from the object, and this greet method is returning the text hello and the name. So that's why it is displaying hello Elon Musk. We can add any number of methods. So let's add another method here. Here I will add a new method, change name. This change name method will update the name of the person in the object. So here we will add new name, and then this dot name is equal to new name. So in this method we are adding one parameter. So when we will call this method, we have to pass one argument. Let me remove this console.log, and here I will call the change name method on person1 object. So just add person1 dot change name, and we have to pass one argument. So let's add a new name. I will add my name here, Avinash. Now we can print the object. Let's add console.log person1. You can see one object, name Avinash, age 52. Now if you want to print the name only, here we will add person1 dot name. It is printing the name in the console tab. So in the JavaScript class you can add any number of method. Now let's learn about getters and setters in JavaScript. Getters and setters are special methods in JavaScript that allow you to control how properties are accessed and modified. They are defined using get and set keyword. Now let's understand the getter method. A getter is a method that is called when a property is accessed. It can be used to do things like validate the value of property or convert it into different format. So let's see this example. Here we have one class with only one method, greet, and this method is returning hello and the name. Here we have created one object using this class. This code will call the greet method from the person1 object and display the return value in the console. So while calling this greet method, we used to write this parenthesis, but when we declare it as a getter method, so here we will add get space and the method name. That's it. Just add the get keyword, and after that here you don't need to write the parenthesis. Simply add greet person1 dot greet and save the changes. You can see the output. It is still displaying the message hello Elon Musk. So we have just added this get keyword in front of this method name, and we can call it directly without adding parentheses. Now let's understand the setter method with one example. Here we will change the method. I will add change name, new name, this dot name is equal to new name. To call this method, we need to write person1 dot change name and pass one argument like this. But here we will add set keyword in front of this method. Just add set. Then we don't need to write this parenthesis and pass the argument. Simply we will add person1 dot setter method name and assign one value using assignment operator like this, and see the output. Here I am displaying the person1 object. It is displaying one object and name is Avinash, age 52 like this. So we add this set keyword to define one setter method. We can call this method on object and assign one value with assignment operator. A setter is a method that is called when a property is modified. It can be used to do things like update the value of the property or perform some other action. We can use the same method as getter and setter. Let's see one example. Let me change the method name. It will be person name, and here I am adding set. Now we will add get. This will be getter method, and I am adding the method name same as the setter method. Here also person name, and this will return this dot name. So you can see here we have declared one class. In this class we have one setter method and one getter method, and both method name is same, person name and person name. Now to call this, getter method, we will simply add console.log person1.person name. So it will return the name of the person. You can see the output, it is displaying the name. Now we can update the name using this setter method. So let's add person1.person name and just assign one value. After that, again we will call this getter method that will display the name. So you can see the output. First it is displaying the name Elon, and after that it is displaying the name Avinash. So we have the same method name as getter and setter. To call the getter method, we are simply adding the object name and method name. And to call the setter method, we are adding object name and method name and assigning one value. That's it. When we assign any value, it will call the setter method and update the properties value. Let's learn about JavaScript class expression. A class expression provides you an alternative way to define a new class. It is similar to a function expression, but it uses the class keyword instead of the function keyword. Class expression can be named or unnamed. If they are named, the name can be used to refer the class later. If they are unnamed, they can only be referred by the variable that they are assigned to. So let's define one class expression. We will add the class keyword. In this class, we will declare one constructor method. This constructor method will initialize the object property. Property name is name. Here we will add name. And in this class, we will add one method. Method name is getName. It will return the name. Now we will assign this class in a variable. Let's add let keyword person is equal to class. A class expression does not require an identifier after the class keyword. You can use a class expression in a variable declaration. Now we can create an object. So let's add const person1 new person. We can refer this class with this variable, and here we will add one argument. Now we can display our object in the console tab. So let's add console.log person1. You can see the output in this console. Here we have one object with the name Elon Musk. So this was the class expression in JavaScript. In this video, we will learn about JavaScript class inheritance. JavaScript class inheritance allows you to create a new class on the basis of already existing class. Using class inheritance, a class can inherit all the methods and properties of another class. Inheritance is a useful feature that allows the code reusability. To create a class inheritance, we use the extends keyword. So let's create one class. Write the class name person. Add one constructor method. And add one method greet. Console.log hello and name. Here I have created one class. Now I will create another class that will inherit all the methods of the person class. So here we will create another class and the class name is a student. Then write the extends. It will extend person. So we are creating another class with the name student. This student class will inherit all the method and properties from this person class. In this new class we have not added anything, but let's create one object. Here we will add const student1. This is the object name, is equal to new student, and we have to pass one value, Peter. So we have created one object with the name student1, and we are passing one value in this student. But this student don't have the constructor, and here we have added extends keyword, so it will inherit all the method of this person class, and it will pass this Peter here in this constructor, and the name will become Peter. And we can also call this greet method. So let's try to call this greet method. We will add student1 dot greet. You can see the output, it is displaying hello Peter. So this property name is available in this person class. This method is also available in this person class. But we are creating the object with the student class and calling this method from the object of a student class. So we can call the method and properties of the parent class. It means a student class is inheriting all the method and properties of the person class. Now let's learn about JavaScript super method. The super method used inside a child class donates its parent class. In this student class, let me create one constructor, add one parameter, and in this constructor we will call super. Here this super method inside the student class refers to the person class. When we create one object using the student class, it will call this constructor method automatically. Then it will call this super, and then this super will call this constructor from the parent class, which is person class, and pass this name here in this constructor. Then the argument will be stored in the person's name. Still it will display the same output. You can see in the console, hello Peter. Let's understand this example again. Here we have created one person class, and we have another class with the name student, and this student class inherits the property of the person class. So this is the parent class, this is child class. In this child class I am adding super. So this super refers to the parent class, which is person class, and it will pass this argument in the parent class. So this was the super method in JavaScript. Now let's understand what is method or property overriding or shadowing method. Suppose the parent class and child class has the same method or property name. In this case, when we call the method or property of an object of the child class, it will override the method or property of the parent class. This is known as method overriding or shadowing method. Let's understand the method overriding with one example. Here we have the parent class and this is the child class. In this one, let's create the same method, greet, and in this greet method we will add console.log hello student plus this dot name, and in this one we will add hello person this dot name. So you can see in this parent class and child class we have the same method name, which is greet. In the parent greet it prints hello person and name, and in child class this greet method prints hello student and name. Now if we call the greet method from the object created using child class. Then it will call the method of the child class. You can see the output in the console tab. It is displaying hello student Peter. It means it is calling this greet method from the child class. So the method of the child class override the method of the parent class. This is known as method overriding. Now let's learn about JavaScript static methods. Static methods are bound to a class, not to the instance of the class. You cannot call the static method on an object. It can be called only on the class. So let's declare one class. Class name is person. And in this one, let's declare one method. This method will display only text hello on the console. Now in front of this method, if I add static, it will become the static method. Now we cannot call this greet method on the object created using the person class. We can call this greet method only on the person class. Let me make it capital P here. The name of the class should start with capital letter. Now let's create one object. Here we will add const person1 is equal to new person Peter. And if I try to access the greet method from the object name is person1 dot greet, it will display one error. You can see the console tab, it is giving an error. Now if I add person.greet, I am adding the class name and greet. You can see the output. Here it is displaying hello. Now if you want to use these object properties inside this static method, then you can pass the object as a parameter. So let's take another example. Here we have the person class, then we have the static method. In this static method, we will add one parameter x, and in this console.log I will add hello space x.name. So it will display the name from the object. Now we can call this greet method from the person class, and we have to pass the object. Let's pass this person1 object here, and now you can see the output. It is displaying hello Peter, because here I am adding hello, then object, then property name. So from this person object, it will get the property name is equal to name. So the name will be Peter, and here I am adding text hello. So hello Peter is printed in this console. So this is the static method in the JavaScript. Now we will learn about JavaScript private methods. Private methods are accessible only within the class. It means we cannot call the private methods outside of the class. By default, methods of a class are public. To make a method private, we need to start the method name with the hashtag. So let's take one example. I will add class person constructor first name and last name. We have two parameters. This dot first name will be first name, then this dot last name, it will be last name. Now let's create one method in this class. Method name is full name, and it will return this dot first name, then a space, this dot last name. So it will return the full name. Now let's create one object using this person class. I will add const person1 is equal to new person, and here we have to pass two arguments, Peter, and let's add anything B. So we have created one object with the name person1. Now let's see if I add person1 dot full name. We can call this method, right? And it is returning one value, so we can add console.log person.fullname. You can see the console tab, it is displaying Peter B. It is returning the full name. Now if I add hashtag here, so this method will become private method. Now we cannot access this private method outside of this class. You can see the output, it is giving an error. Now let's see how to access this private method inside the class. So in this class only we will create another method. Let's create one method called display. Here we have display method, and within this display method I will add console.log, and here we can call this method. But to call this method we have to add this dot full name. This will refer to the object, and this is the private method with the hashtag. Now we can call this display method outside of the class. So simply add person1 dot display, and it will display the output. Here in this console tab it is displaying Peter B. So let's understand this example again. Here we have declared one class with the name person. In this one we have this constructor that will initialize the object properties. Then we have this private method. In this method name I have added hashtag, that's why it becomes private method. Now we cannot call this private method outside of the class. We can call this method inside of this class. So within this class we are calling this method here, and to call this method within the class we need to add this keyword, this dot method name with the hashtag. So like this we can call the private method within the class. Now let's learn about private static method. This is the private method. Now we can add the static keyword like this, so it will become private static method. And we cannot call the static method on the object. We can call the static method only on the class. So here we have to pass one object while calling this method. So here we are calling this method. So in this one we will pass the object. So we will refer the object with this keyword. We will pass the object, and here we will add one parameter, and from this parameter it will get the first name and last name. It means it will get the first name and last name from the object that we are passing through this keyword while calling this private static method. Now you know we cannot call this a static method on the object, we can call it on the class. So instead of this keyword we will add class name person dot has full name. Now you can see the output, it is displaying Peter B. Let's understand this example again. Here we have declared one class. In this class we have one static private method. Now to call this a static private method we will use the class name dot method name with the hashtag, and to get the object's properties we are passing the object as argument. Here we are calling display method from the object. This display method will call this class and this static method, that is a static and private method. So we can access the static private method using the class name person. Now we have completed class in JavaScript. Now we will learn about Document Object Model. The Document Object Model is an API for manipulating HTML documents. The DOM provides functions that allow you to add, remove, and modify part of the document effectively. The DOM represents an HTML document as a tree of nodes. In this HTML code, you can see this is the node, this HTML tag is a node, this head tag is also one node, this title tag is a node, this text greatest tag is also one node, this body tag is a node, this comment is a node, and this p tag is also a node. Now let's understand about the node type. So this one is the document type node. These HTML, head, title, body, these are the element type node, and these text are the text node, and this is the comment node. Now let's learn about node relationship. Any node has relationship to another nodes in the DOM tree, and it is same as described in the traditional family tree. For example, this body is the child node of this HTML node, and this HTML node is the parent node of this body node. This body node is the sibling of this head node because they share the same immediate parent, which is HTML element. Now let's add some other content within this body. Here we will add one div and add this p tag within this div. Let's duplicate this. So we have 4 p tag in this div. So this div element is the parent node of these p tag, and the p tag is the child node of this div. This one is the first child and this one is the last child. This second p is the next sibling of the first one. This third p is the next sibling of the second one, and the fourth one is the next sibling of the third one. In same way, you can say the first one is the previous sibling of this second p, this second p is the previous sibling of third p, and the third p is the previous sibling of fourth p. Now let's learn about selecting elements using DOM. To get elements in JavaScript, there are various methods in DOM. So the first one is getElementById method. GetElementById method returns an element object that represents an HTML element. The getElementById is only available on the document object. Let's understand this with one example. Here I will remove this comment and I will add only one text in p tag, and for this p let's add one id. So I am adding the id message, and in this p we have the text JavaScript DOM. Now let's add the JavaScript in this HTML page using the script tag. Within this script tag we can add our JavaScript code. Here we will add one variable with the name msg, which is message, and we can write document dot get element by id, and here we have to add the id of this element, which is message. So this document dot get element by id will select this element and it will be stored in this message variable. Now we can print it. Let's add console.log msg. Here you can see the output in console tab, PID message JavaScript DOM. So this element is printed in this console because I am adding console.log msg. So in this msg variable we have stored this element which is in the p tag. If the document has no element with the specified id, then it will return null. Suppose there is no element with this id on the web page, then it will return null. You can see null. And if there is multiple element with the same id, it will return only first element. Let's duplicate it, and in this one we will only write JavaScript. Now you can see the output in console. It is still printing id message JavaScript DOM. So it will select the first element with this message ID. Because the ID of element is unique with the HTML document, the document.getElementById is a quick way to access an element. Now we will learn about getElementsByName method. Every element on HTML document may have a name attribute. Multiple HTML elements can share the same value of the name attribute. Let's take one example. Here we will create one input field, and in this input field I will add the type radio, and we will add one name attribute. Name will be language and value will be JavaScript. We can add another input field with the same name attribute and value will be something else. Python. In this HTML code, you can see we have two elements with the name attribute, and we can select this element using this name. So in this script we will add let btn is equal to document.getElementsByName, and in this one we will add language because the name value is language. Now we can print this. Let's add console.log btn, and you can see the output in the console tab. Here we have the node list that contains two input fields. You can see input and input. So getElementsByName returns one list of nodes. Now we will learn about getElementsByTagName. The getElementsByTagName method accepts a tag name and returns a live HTML collection of elements. So let's understand it with one example. In this HTML we will add one title in h1. So the text is first heading. Let's duplicate it. This is second. This is third. This is fourth. We have 4 text here in the heading tag. Now we can select the element using the tag name, which is h1. So here in this script we will add one variable with the name heading is equal to document.getElementsByTagName, and here we will add the tag name, which is h1. Now we will print it using console log heading. So you can see the output on the console tab. It is returning the collection of 4 HTML elements. You can see h1, h1, h1 4 times. So this getElementsByTagName returned the collection of HTML elements. Now we will learn about getElementsByClassName. The getElementsByClassName method returns an array like of object of the child elements with a specified class name. The getElementsByClassName method is available on the document element or any other element also. So let's understand it with one example. Here we will add one class name in the first title. So the class name is message. In the second one we will add the class name message, and in the third one also we will add the same class name message. Let's delete the fourth one. Now we can select these elements with the class name. In this script let's add let msg is equal to document.getElementsByClassName, and here we will add that class name, which is message. Now we will check the output in console msg, and you can see the output here. It is returning the collection of 3 HTML elements with the class name message. you can see h1.message, h1.message, h1.message. So it is returning all the HTML elements with the same class name. Now let's come back to the code, and here we have added document.getElements by class name. We can add this getElements by class name on any element also. So let's see the example. Here I will add one div and insert these two title in this div. And for this div, we will add one ID. Let's add the ID container. So total we have 3 headings with class name message, but these 2 headings are included in this div with the ID container. Now we will add the get elements by class name over this container. So we have to store this container in one variable. So let's add let cont is equal to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is container. Now we can write cont here. Instead of document, we will add cont, which is container, and get elements by class name. Now it will only give the elements within this container. You can see the output. Here we have only 2 elements. HTML collection 2. We have 2 HTML elements in this collection, h1.message, h1.message. So this get elements by class name will return the collection of HTML elements with the same class name on the document or within the element. Now let's learn about query selector and query selector all method. The query selector method allows you to select the first element that matches one or more CSS selector. The query selector is a method of element interface. We can apply this on element also. Here we will add one variable let msg is equal to document dot query selector, and in this query selector we have to add the CSS selector. So in CSS, to select this title we used to write dot message because it's a class name. So we used to write dot message to select this element in the CSS file. So we have to add the same thing here. We have to add the CSS selector in this query selector. That's it. So here we will print console.log msg. So first let's see the HTML code. Here we have one title with this message, another title with this message, and third title with this message. So total we have 3 title with this message class name. Now let's see the output in console tab. Here it is displaying only first element, h1 class name message, first heading. So let's come back. Here you can see we have added query selector only. So it will return only first element. Now we will add query selector all. After adding query selector all, you can see it will display all the elements. We have node list of 3 elements, which is h1 message, h1 message, and h1 message. So it is returning all 3 headings. And if I remove this all and write query selector only, it will only return the first element. Here we have added query selector all on document. We can use the query selector all on any element also. So let's add cont for container is equal to document dot get element by ID. Here we will add this ID container. Now we will add this query selector over this container. So just add container dot query selector. So it will give only 2 elements, which is here, second heading and third heading. Now you can see the output in console tab. Here it is displaying node list 2. It is displaying 2 element. So it is selecting only 2 elements, which is in the container with the class name message. Now let's come back to the previous example. Document.querySelector all. Now let's see what we can add in this query selector. So we can add the class name using dot. So we can add the ID also. We will add the ID and we can write this container. We will add hashtag and this container because we used to write like this for CSS selector hashtag container, because here we have the ID container. So we can add the hashtag to select the element with the ID. Now we can add like this directly div. So it will select this div element. If we just write h1, so it will select all the heading element with h1 tag. We can write like this also, div and h1. So it will select the heading within this div. You can see the output. Here we have 2h1 only. Now come back and we can select the multiple element like this, div also and h1 also. So it will select all the div element and all the h1 element by adding one comma. You can see here we have 4 element, node list 4. One is div with the container ID and 3 h1 tag with the class name message. So basically we can add all the CSS selector in this query selector and query selector all method. Now we will learn about traversing elements to understand how to get the parent element, how to get child elements, and how to get the siblings of an element. To get the parent node of the specified node in the DOM tree, we can use the parent node property. In this body, let's create some HTML elements. We will add one div with the ID title, and within this div we'll add one text in p tag. Welcome to Great Stack. And for this p, let's add one class name text. So we have one parent element and one child element. Now we will try to get the parent element using this child element. So here in this script we will add let txt is equal to document dot query selector, and we will add dot t text. So it will select this p element. Now we have to get the parent, so we will add console.log, then txt, which is the child element, dot parent node. This one. Just add this parent node and it will display the parent element of this child element. So now let's see the output in the console tab. Here you can see it is displaying div class title, which is the parent element. Now let's learn how to get the child elements. We will learn about how to get the first child element, last child element, and all children of the specified element. So here we will add another example. Just remove it, and within this let's create multiple p tag. We have 4 text here: Great Stack 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we have 4 title: Welcome to Great Stack 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we'll get the child element using this parent element. Now within this script, first we will select this parent element. So let parent is equal to document dot query selector, and write the query selector title. So it will select the div. Now we have to get the first child, last child, and all the children of this div. So here we will add console.log and this parent. Then we will add first child. Now you can see the output in console tab. here it is displaying hashtag text because here we have some space. So this space is also one empty text node. If we remove this and write it in the same line, now you can see the output in console tab. It is displaying the first title, which is Welcome to Great Stack 1. And if I add a space here, it will display one text node. Now I want my text like this and I want to display the first element. So here we will just add first element child like this, parent dot first element child. Now you can see the output. It will display the first element, Welcome to Great Stack 1, the first title in p tag. Similarly, we can add last element child like this and see the output. It is displaying Welcome to Great Stack 4, right? So it is giving the last element, which is Welcome to Great Stack 4. Now if you want to get all the child elements, just add child nodes. That's it. After adding this, come back to the web page and here you can see we have node list text, again p, again one text, again p. So we have the empty text node, then p tag. Let's come back and here if I remove this space and write everything in the same line, like this. Now you can see it will only display 4 element, which is 4 p element. So we got the child nodes of this div. Now we will learn about how to select the next sibling and previous siblings of an element. So in this example, in this second p tag, we will add one class name. Let's add class name second like this. So it's easy to select this element and according to this element we will find the previous siblings and next siblings. So here we will add second, here also second. So it will select this Welcome to Great Stack 2. Now to get the previous sibling, here we will add this element, then dot and write previous element sibling. That's it. You can see the output. It is displaying Welcome to Great Stack 1. So we are finding the previous sibling of Welcome to Great Stack 2. Now just come back and here we will add next. So it should give this Welcome to Great Stack 3 because we are selecting this second one and we are adding next siblings. So it will display third. Now let's see the output. Here it is displaying Welcome to Great Stack 3. So this is how you can select the previous siblings and next siblings. Now let's learn how to manipulate the HTML elements. So the first one we will learn is create element. To create an HTML element, we use the createElement method. The document.createElement accepts an HTML tag name and return a new node with the element type. So let's understand it with one example. Here we can add document.createElement, and in this one we have to add one HTML tag. So let's add the div tag. So it will create one div element. We can store it in any variable. So we will add let div is equal to document.createElement div. So it will create one div element. Now we can print it. Let's add console.log div. You can see the output on the web page. Here it is displaying this div. This div is empty right now. So let's come back. Here in the next line we will add div div dot inner HTML. We will learn inner HTML also. So here we can write any HTML code. We will add one p tag, and in this p we will add welcome to Great Stack and close this p. Now we will see the output. Here you can see one div, and here we have one text in this p. We have one div tag, and within this div we have p tag, and the text is welcome to Great Stack. So you can see using this document.create element, we can create one div element or any HTML element, and we can add any HTML code within this element and we can print it. And we can also add this element on our web page. So to add this element on our web page, here let's add document.body. We will add this element on the body. So here we will add body.append child. We will learn the append child later. So to insert this newly created div in this body, we are adding append child div. So after adding this, come back to the web page. You can see we have text here, welcome to Great Stack, right? So this is added using this append child div that we have newly created. Within this body, you can see we have not added any text in div or p tag. We are creating this element using this document.create element. If I change it, welcome to Great Stack 2, you can see it will be reflected here, welcome to Great Stack 2. Now we can add the ID or class name, anything in this newly created element. So here let's add div.id is equal to title. Let's see. Here we have this div with the ID title. Now we can add the class name also. Just write div.className title, and you can see the output here, div class title. So we can create a new element using document.create element, and we can add the content here. We can add the ID, we can add the class name or any other attribute. Next, we will learn append child method. We use append child method to add a node to the end of the list of child nodes of a specific parent node. The append child can be used to move an existing child node to a new position within the document. So let's create some HTML elements here. Here we will add one UL tag with the ID menu, so we can easily select it. Here we will add some content in li, home. Second one is about. Third one is blog. Right? You can see these elements on the web page, home, about, blog. Let's come back. Let me add one more. Here we will add project. Now within this script, we will add let menu is equal to document.get element by ID, and the ID is menu, so it will select the UL element. Now we have to create one element and we will add that element in this UL. So here let's add let list is equal to document dot create element, and the element tag name is li. So it will create one li element and its name is list. So in this list we will add inner HTML, and through this inner HTML we will add one text, contact, like this. Now we can use menu dot append child list. So this is the element which is here UL, and this append child will add this list at the end of this list. In this list we have home, about, blog, project. So it will add the newly created list item after this project. So here we have created one list item and the text is contact. So this contact will be added after this project. You can see on the web page here we have home, about, blog, project, and after this project we have contact that we have created using this create element and added using append child in this UL. So this newly created list will be added at the end of this list. Next we will learn about text content. To get the text content of a node and its descendants, you can use the text content property. So let's see one example. Here we have the same HTML elements. In this script we have added this line that will select this UL element, and after that remove this, and here we will just add console.log menu. So it will display the complete menu in the console tab. Now we just want these text, so here we will add menu dot text content. That's it, menu dot text content, and see the output in the console tab. Here it is displaying home, about, blog and project. So it will ignore the HTML tag and display only text. Now let's see one more thing. Here if I write inner text, we are adding inner text, and see the output. Still it is displaying home, about, blog and project. But there is one difference. This inner text is following the CSS also. In this last one, if I add a style display none, so it will be hidden from the web page. You can see that is not visible. So this inner text will return only visible text. You can see here we have home, about, blog, and these home, about, blog is here on the web page. But we have one more element here, project, which is invisible. But if I write text content, it will display all the HTML text content. You can see on the web page we have home, about, blog only, but here it is displaying home, about, blog and project. So this text content is displaying all the text inside that element, and inner text is displaying visible text only. Now we can use the text content to insert the text also. Let's add menu dot text content is equal to hello. So in this menu right now we have these list, so it will remove this list and it will add hello. Let's see the output. Here you can see we have only hello in this web page. So we can read and add the text using this text content on the web page. Next we will learn about inner HTML. So inner HTML is used to add the HTML code on the web page. So here we have added text content. So instead of this we will add inner HTML and see the output on the web page. You can see we have hello. So it is in the normal text. So here if I write h1, it will add this hello text in heading. So it is in heading style hello. So this inner HTML accept the HTML tags and add the text on the web page. But instead of this inner HTML we will add text content. Now you can see what will happen. It will add this as a plain text. h1 is also displaying here, and if I add inner HTML, it will add this text, and this hello text will be in the heading style. You can see this hello text on the web page. Next one is after method. We can use after method to insert one or more nodes after the element. So this is the syntax for after method. We have to add the element name, then after method, and we have to pass a new node that we want to add after that particular element. Suppose we have this menu element, so we can write this menu, then after method. In this one we can pass a new element and we can create a new element using the create element method. This after method can accept multiple nodes, so we can add multiple element after this menu. It can also add a string after the element, so we can add multiple string, str1, str2, like that we can add multiple string after this menu element. So this is the use of this after method. Now let's learn about append method. So this append method is also similar as append child, but in the append method we can add multiple elements. This is the syntax for append methods. We have to add the parent element, then append, then we have to pass a new element that we want to add in that parent element. So this new node or new element will be added in the parent element at the end of the list of childs. So what's the difference between append and append child? So this append will accept multiple nodes and it can add string also. The next one is prepend method. So this is the syntax for prepend method, parent node dot prepend and new nodes. So it will add the new node as a first child in this parent node. So this is the prepend method. The next one is insert adjacent HTML. So this is the syntax for insert adjacent HTML. Here we have to add one element, then insert adjacent HTML method, and here we have to give position and text. So suppose we will add this element menu and we want to add one text at the end of this list. So here we have to give the position. So the position can be before begin, after begin, before end and after end. So suppose we add before begin. So this element is starting from here. So this before begin position means it will add the new node before this UL, and if we add after begin, it will add it here at this position, and if we add position before end, so this is the end, so it will add before end here, it will be added in this line, and if we add after end, so it will be added after closing of this UL. So let's test it. Here we will add any one position. I will add before end. Let's add before end, and here let's add li contact, like this. So here I am adding one HTML text, and this is the position, and this is the element where we want to add this. So you can see the output on the web page. The contact is added here. Now let's come back, and if I add after begin, so it will be added here at this line, because this is a starting of this element and it will be added here. You can see the first one is contact and after that home. So this is how this insert adjacent HTML works. Now the next one is replace child. Here is the syntax for the replace child method. Replace child method is used to replace the child element with the new one. So we can use this syntax. We will add the parent node, then replace child method. Here we have to add the old child that we want to replace, and here we have to add a new child. that will be replaced on the place of old child. Next one is clone node method. We can use clone node method to clone an element. Here is the syntax for clone node method. We will add the original node, then clone node. So this new node will have the another copy of this existing node. If I add menu, so this new node will have one copy of this menu element. Let's print this one. Here we will add console.log new node. You can see the output. It is displaying ULLI menu. Now let's come back, and here we can pass the argument. So if I write true, it will clone this descendants also, this UL element and these LI elements also. Let's come back. You can see we have UL and all these LI, and if I remove it or write false, by default it is false, we don't need to write, but if I write false, you can see here we only have UL element, and if I remove it, still it will be only UL, and if I write true, it will clone the element and all the child element also. You can see UL and all three LI. So this is the clone node method. Next one is remove child method. To remove the child element of a node, we can use remove child method. Here is the syntax for remove child method. Here we have to add the parent element and then write the element that we want to remove from the parent element. So here let's add menu, and from this menu, suppose I want to remove this last one. So here we will add menu dot last child element. So it will remove this blog. You can see on the web page here we have home about, blog is missing. If I write menu dot first element child, so it will remove the first element which is home. You can see on the web page here we have about and blog. So this is the remove child method. Next one is insert before method. We can use insert before method to insert a new node before an existing node as a child node of a parent node. Here is the syntax for insert before method. We have to add one parent element, then this insert before method, and it will accept two arguments. In this one we have to add the new element that we want to add, and we have to add the existing element. Before that existing element, this new element will be added. We have the parent element menu, so we will add menu here, and we want to add the new element before this li, that home link. So here we will add menu dot first element child. So this new node will be added before this home. So this is the insert before method. So these are the methods to manipulate the HTML elements. Now we will learn about attribute methods. So let's understand what is attributes. Here I will add one HTML element, input, type is text. We will add one ID. So let's add the ID username, and we can add the placeholder also. Username. So in this HTML tag, we have added three attributes, which is this one, and this one. This is the attribute name, and this is the attribute value. The ID is the attribute name, username is the attribute value. This placeholder is the attribute name, and username is the attribute value. Now how we can get the attributes of any HTML element using JavaScript? So let's add one script tag here where we will add our JavaScript code. First we have to select this element. So we can use any method to select the element. Let input box is equal to document.getElementById. I am using getElementById method, and we will add this ID username. After selecting the element, we can find the attributes available in this HTML element. So to get the attribute, we will just add the element, which is input box, and after that just add attributes. That's it. It will give all the attributes available in this HTML element. So to print this in console, we will add console.log and add this code, inputbox.attributes. After adding this, let's come back to the web page, and you can see the console tab. Here it is displaying type, then ID, then placeholder. So we have 3 attributes in this HTML element. Now we have some attribute methods to get the attribute value, and to set the attribute of any HTML, we can check for some attribute whether it is available or not, and we can also remove the attribute using the attribute methods. So let's see the first method, which is get attribute. So instead of this, we will add the element, which is input box, and here we will add get attribute. And in this get attribute, we have to add one argument. So we will add the attribute name. So here we have the attribute name type. So just add type like this. And after that, let's come back to the web page. You can see here it is displaying text. So we can read the value of the attribute using the get attribute method. Let's take another example. Here I will add this placeholder. Add this placeholder here. Now it will display the value written in this placeholder attribute. So come back to the web page. Here you can see it is displaying username. This username text is available in the placeholder attribute. So this was the first method, get attribute, to read the attribute value. Now we will learn about second method, which is set attribute. So let's remove this one. Here we will add the element, which is input box. On this input box, we will apply set attribute, and this set attribute will accept 2 arguments. So the first argument will be attribute name, and the second argument will be attribute value, like this. Here we will add the name, comma, value, like this. So let's remove this here, and here we will add any attribute name. So let me add the class. So the attribute name is class, and here we will add one value. Let's add the class name user, like this. So it will add one attribute, which is class, and the value is user. Now to see the updated input, let's add console.log, and here we will add input box. So it will display this complete element on the console. So let's come back to the web page. Here in this console, you can see we have the input element with the type text, ID username, placeholder username, and there is one more attribute, which is class user, that we have added using this input.setAttribute class user. So this was the set attribute method. Now we will learn about next one, which is has attribute. So it will tell us whether this attribute is available on the element or not. It will result in true or false. So here we will add another example. We will add the element input box, then has attribute, and this will accept only one argument. So in this one, let's add class, and it will return one true or false value. So we can directly print this one. So just add console.log input box has attribute class. So you can see in this input field we have the type, ID, and placeholder. We don't have class here, so it should return false. Let's see the output. You can see it is displaying false. Now let's come back, and instead of this class we will add ID. So it will return true. Let's come back to the web page. You can see it is displaying true in this console. So this has attribute will return true or false value. If the attribute name is available in the input field, it will return true. If this attribute name is not available in the input field, then it will return false. So using this has attribute, we can check the availability of that particular attribute on the element. Next, we will learn about another method, which is remove attribute, that will remove the attribute from the element. So in this one, we will add element, then remove attribute, and in this remove attribute we will add one attribute name that we want to remove. So here we have type, ID and placeholder. So let's try to remove this placeholder. Just copy this one, paste it here. So this remove attribute will remove this placeholder from this input element. Now we will just print this input element in the console. We will add console.log input box, and now we will see the output in console. Here we have the input element, and in this input element we have type, text, ID, username. But here we don't have the placeholder because in this code we have added remove attribute placeholder. So it will remove this placeholder attribute from this element. So these are all 4 attribute methods. Now we will learn about manipulating elements style. To manipulate the style of the element, we have the property called style, and we can use this style property to get or set the inline style of an element. So here we have the HTML element, which is input, and in this one we don't have any inline style. So let's add one style here, and here we will add the background color. Value is red, and let's add one more CSS property here, that will be font size 20 pixel. So in this HTML element we have added the inline CSS. In this one we have added the background color and font size. Now to get these inline CSS, we can use the style property on this element. So here let's add the element which is input box dot style. So it will return the CSS properties available in this input field in the inline CSS. It is returning some value, so we can add console.log and this code. Now you can see the output in the console tab. In this console you can see it is displaying background color and font size, because here we have only 2 inline CSS properties, which is background color and font size. So this element.style will return the inline CSS available in the element. Now if you want to return the background color value or the font size value, then we can write input box style dot background color like this. After adding this, come back to the web page. Here you can see it is displaying red. Background color value is red. Now if you want to see the value of this font size, here we will add font size, and you can see the output here in the console tab. It is displaying 20 pixel. So we can get the property name also and value also. Now we can use this style property to set the style of the element. So let's add input box, and on this input box we will add a style, and in this style let's add one new CSS property. Let's add padding. Padding is equal to 10 pixel. After adding this, we will display this input in the console. So we will add console.log input box. So it will display this input field in the console tab, where it will add the padding also. So let's come back. Here you can see we have this input element. In this one we have the style, background color, then font size, and after that you can see this padding. Let's select this one. Here you can see padding, and the padding value is 10 pixel. So using this style property, we can get the inline CSS, and we can also set the inline CSS. Now we have one more option to add the inline style in the HTML element, that is using CSS text. So here we will add the element, then style, then CSS text. And in this CSS text, we can add the CSS. So let's add width 200 pixel. After adding this, let's print this element in the console. You can see the output here on the web page. It is displaying this element with the style width 200 pixel. Here we have only one CSS property, which is width 200 pixel. Let's come back to the web page. We have added CSS text width 200 pixel. So it will override the existing inline CSS. You can see we already have background color, font size, but it is not available on the web page. Why? Because we are adding width 200 pixel using this CSS text. So it will override completely. It will remove this and add this one. But if you want to keep the existing CSS also and add this one also, then you can use the concatenate. To perform the concatenate, we will just add plus before this assignment operator like this. After adding this, again come back to the web page. Now you can see in this input field we have the multiple CSS properties, which is background color, then we have font size and width also. So after adding this concatenate, we can use the existing inline CSS also, and we can add a new inline CSS. Using this CSS text, we can add multiple CSS properties at the same time. You can see we have added width, so we will add more CSS properties. Just add semicolon and add another CSS property. Let's add height. Height will be 100 pixel. Now we will come back to the web page. You can see height is also applied in this input field. You can see it in the console also. Here we have height 100 pixel. So using this CSS text, we can add multiple CSS properties in the HTML element as a inline CSS. So this was the use of CSS text for modifying the inline CSS of the HTML element. Now we will learn about getComputedStyle method. Currently we have learned how to modify and get the inline CSS properties of the HTML element using JavaScript. Now how to get the CSS properties written in the external CSS. So let's remove the CSS from here, remove this inline CSS, and we will add the CSS properties in this head. Here we will add style tag. Within this style we will add the CSS selector input, and for this input we will add the background. Let's add the background color red and font size 12 pixel. So we have added two CSS properties for this input element. Now how to get these CSS properties? To get the CSS properties of this input element, we will use getComputedStyle method. So let's see the syntax first. This ComputedStyle method is a window object. So we will add window dot getComputedStyle, and in this one we will add the element. We can add one more argument, that will be pseudo element. So this is the syntax for getComputedStyle. In this one we will add the element if you want to get the CSS property of the element, and if you want to get the CSS properties of the pseudo element, then you have to add the element and its pseudo element. And now let's see the example for this input field. So here we will add window dot getComputedStyle, and in this one we will just pass the element, which is input box. Now it will return the CSS properties available on this input field, so we can print it using console.log and add this one. Now let's come back to the web page to see the console tab. Here it is displaying all the CSS properties that are applied by default on the element. In this one, we will find the background color also. You can see the background color here, and there will be font size also. It is here, font size. So now we can get the value of the particular CSS property. So from this input box, we will add font size. Now it will display the value of this font size. You can see it is displaying 12 pixel that we have added here in external CSS. Now let's add the background color. We are adding this window.getComputed_style, then passing this element, and from this element we'll get the value of this background color. Let's come back to the web page. Here it is displaying the color. Now let's come back. In this one we'll add one more property. Let's add the width of 300 pixel, and here we will add dot width. Then we will see the output. It is displaying 300 pixel. So using the getComputed_style method, we can read all the CSS properties applied on any HTML element. Now we will learn about class name property. Class name property returns a list of classes separated by space. So let's take one example. Here we will add one title in h1 tag. So let's add the text, greatest tag, and with this h1 we will add one ID. To select this element, we will add the ID title, and let's add some class name also. So let's add the class main, the first class name. Let's add one more class name, which is message. So in this one we have added two classes, which is main and message. Now to get the class name of this element, we will use the class name property of JavaScript. So let's add the JavaScript here in this script tag. First we have to select the element. So let's add the variable with the name title, and select the element using document.getElementById and write the ID title. After that, we will add title dot class name. That's it. It will return the list of classes available on this element. So it is returning some value. Then we can print this one in console. Let's add console.log title.className. That's it. Now we will come back to the web page. Now it is displaying the classes available on this element, which is main and message. So we have two classes. We can use this class name property to add a new class also. So let's come back here, and here we will add title dot class name is equal to new. So this will add one class name which is new in this element. Let's remove this class name here. We will display the complete element in the console using this console.log title. Let's see the element here. You can see it is displaying this HTML element with ID, title and class new. We have only one class which is new, but in this HTML you can see we have already added main and message. So this will override these classes. Here we have two classes that will be removed, and this new will be added in this class. But if you want to keep the existing class also and new one also, then you can use the concatenate using this plus and this assignment operator. After adding this, here we will add a space and let's come back to the web page. Now you can see the same element h1 here, and in this element we have class main, message and new. So we have total 3 class here. So using this class name, we can read the class name of the HTML element and we can add a new class also. Now we will learn about class list property. Class list return the collection of CSS classes. So let's see if we add class list and it is returning some value. So we will print this one, title.classlist, like this. We are just adding title.classlist and you can see we already have main and message class in this element. Now we will come back to the web page. In this one you can see we have a list where we have main and message class. So we have 2 classes. So this class list is returning the collection of classes available in any HTML element. So this was the first use of this class list to display or get the class list of any HTML element. Now we can use this class list to add the class, to remove the class. So let's understand how we can add a new class using this class list. So in this title element, we will add class list dot add, like this. We are adding class list dot add, and in this one we can add a new class. Just add new, like this. That's it. After adding this, we will display this complete element in console tab. We are displaying this title. Let's come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this element with 3 classes, main, then message, then new. Let's change the size. So you can see we have total 3 classes, main, message and new. Now let's come back. If I add multiple classes, we'll just add a comma and add a new class name like new2. So we are adding another class name like this. We can add multiple classes using this class list. You can see we have more class name here. Main, message, new and new2. So using this class list dot add, we can add a new class name in the HTML element. Now we can use this class list to remove any class. So instead of this add, just type remove. Class list dot remove, and what we will remove? We already have main and message. So let's remove this message. Write it here in a quote and come back to the web page. Here you can see in this element we only have one class, which is main. Now just come back and we can remove both classes. So let's add comma and write main. So it will remove the another class also. We can type multiple class name here and it will remove all that classes from that element. You can see this element. In this element we don't have any class. We have the class attribute name here, but we don't have any value in this class. Next, we can use this class list to replace any class. So instead of this remove, we will add replace. And to replace this one, we have to add the existing class name and new class name. So in this HTML element, we have message. So write message here, and we are adding a new class name instead of this message. So we'll add MSG. So instead of this message, we will replace it with MSG. Now just come back to the web page. You can see the output in console. Here we have class name, main and MSG. So we are replacing this message class with MSG class using this class list dot replace. Now we have one more option to check whether the class is available or not. For that, here we will add class list dot contains. And in this one, we will add any class name. So this message is here, we are adding message. So this will return the value either true or false. If this message is available in this element, then it will return true. If it is not available, it will return false. So we will just print this one. Remove it from here, add it in console. And come back to the web page. You can see it is printing true because this message class is available in this element. So we are adding class list dot contains and class name. This class name is available in the element, that's why it is returning true. Suppose we add MSG and this MSG is not available in this element, then it should return false. You can see the output, it is false. Now we have one more thing, which is toggle. Let's see this example. Here we will remove this one. We will just print this complete element in console, and here let's add title dot class list dot toggle, and in this toggle we can add any class name. Suppose we add message. What will happen? If this message class is available in the element, it will remove it. This toggle means if the class name is available, it will remove it, and if it is not available, then it will add that class name in the element. So what will be the output? This message is already there and we are adding toggle message. So it will remove this message. Let's see the output in console. Here you can see class main. Here we have only one class, which is main. So this toggle removed this message class. Now instead of this message, we will add new. So what will happen? This new is not available here, so it will add this new in this element. Let's come back to the web page again, and now you can see we have total 3 class in this element, which is main, message and new. So using this class list dot toggle, we can add and remove the class from the element. If the class name is already there, it will remove it, and if it is not there, it will add the class. So this was all about class list property in JavaScript. Now we will learn about JavaScript events. An event is an action that occurs in the web browser. When we click on the web page, that is a click event. When we move cursor over the web page, that is mouse move event, and when the web page loads, that is a load event. Like that, we have multiple type of events in JavaScript. Let's create some HTML elements. Here I will create one div with the ID container, and within this container we will create one button with the button tag, and button type will be button, and here we will add the text. Click here. Now we will come back to the web page. Here you can see this button, click here. If I click here, nothing is happening because we have not added anything. So let's come back. You can see we have added the button and clicked on this button. But when we click on this button, we are actually clicking on the button, this div, this body, and this HTML and this document also. So when we click on any element, actually we are clicking on all the parent elements also. That means this div with the ID container, then body, then HTML and this document. And in modern browser, this click goes up to window object. There are two event models, that is event bubbling and event capturing. So when we click on the button, click start from the button, then goes to div, then goes to body, then goes to HTML and then goes to document. So the event flows from the most specific element to the least specific element, that is event bubbling. But when the event starts from the least specific element, it means it starts from the document, then event flow to HTML, then it flows to body, then it flows to div with the ID container, then it comes to the target element, which is button. So this event model is known as event capturing, when the event starts at the least specific element and flows towards the most specific element. We may respond to these events by creating event handlers. An event handler is a piece of code that will be executed when the event occurs. So when we click on this button, we will add some code that will be executed after clicking on this button. So that code is known as event handler, and event handler is also known as event listener. So there are three ways to assign event handlers. So first one is using HTML attribute. For each event, there is event handler and their name typically begins with on. So let's see the example. We have click event, and for this click event, we have the event handler on click, like this. So let's assign this on click in this HTML element as an attribute. So in this HTML element, we will add on click. So this is the event handler of the click event, and within this code we can write the JavaScript. So let's add a simple JavaScript line, console.log. So it will log one message in the console of the browser. In this one, let's add some text. Here we cannot add double quote because we have already used, so I'll add single quote. Button clicked. So this button clicked message will be printed in the console when we click on this button. So let's see this on the web page. This console is empty right now, and if I click on this button, that is here in top left corner, you can see this message, button clicked. This event handler attribute can call one function also. So let me remove this HTML code. We have added event handler, which is on click, and this on click will call one function. So here let's create one function in a script tag. In this script, we will add one function with the name display msg that will display message. Here we will add console.log, button clicked. Let's add some more text, button clicked from fn, which means button clicked from function. Now we will call this function when we click on the button. So in this attribute, we will call this function. Write this function here. So this is a function call. Now let's come back, and you can see this console is empty, and if I click on this button, again you can see the message. Here it is saying button clicked from fn. It means button clicked from function. Now just come back. When the event occurs, the web browser passes an event object to the event handler. So to understand this one, let's remove this function here, and we will add JavaScript code in this attribute. So here let's add console.log, and when we click on the button, the JavaScript will pass the event object. So we can write that event object here, event. Now we can see what is there in this event object. Let's see the output. So you can see here we have one object. Now this event object has some properties that we can access. So from this event, we can find the type, event.type. Let's see. It is displaying the event type. Event type is click. Let's come back. We can add the target. So we will get the target element on which the event occurs. When we clicked on the button, it is displaying the entire button element with all the attributes. So it is giving the target element. we can also use this keyword inside the event handler, and this keyword inside the event handler refers to the target element. Let's see the example. Here in this event handler, we will try to print this. This keyword will refer to the target element. Let's see the output when we click on the button. You can see again we got the target element, which is button. So this keyword inside the event handler refers to the target element. From this keyword, we can find the properties of this element. So let's add one ID here. I will add the ID is equal to btn, and here we will add this dot id. So when we will click on the button, it should display the ID value. Let's see. If I click on the button, it is displaying btn. Now just come back, and instead of this dot id, we can simply add id. From the event handler, we can directly access the elements property. So we are adding console.log id. So it should display this id value. Let's see. If I click on the button, we got the id value, which is btn. If I write type, which is here, we will get button. It's here. So this was the first method to add the event handler in HTML as HTML attributes. Now the second method is adding event handler name in the JavaScript. So let's remove this on click from here. We have one button. Let's remove this type also. It will be simple. So we have one button with the ID btn. Now we will add the script where we will add the JavaScript. So within this script, first we have to select this button. So let's add let btn is equal to document.getElementById, and we will add the ID btn. So we have selected this button element. Now on this btn, we can add the event handler. Just add on click, and now we can add the code that will be executed when we click on the button. So here we'll create one function, and within this function we will add console.log, and this will print message button clicked. After that, let's come back to the web page, click on the button, and you can see the output in the console, button clicked. Let's come back. You can see here we have the HTML element, and in this one we have added the JavaScript. In this JavaScript, we have added onClick event handler name and added one function that will display one message. Here also we can write this keyword that will refer to the target element, and from this we can find the ID. This dot ID, let's see, it is btn. Now to remove the event handler, we will simply add element, which is btn dot onClick, and assign null. That's it. When we assign null in this event handler, it will remove the event handler. So this was the second method to assign the event handler. Now we will learn the third way of assigning event handler. So in JavaScript, we have two methods with the name add event listener and remove event listener. These are two methods that handles the event. Add event listener will register an event handler, and remove event listener will remove an event handler. So let's see the example of add event listener. The add event listener accepts three arguments. The first one will be event, and the second one will be one function, This function will be executed when the event fires. And the third argument is use capture. So the third option is optional because by default it is false. This use capture is a boolean value. It can be true or false. So by default it will be false and we can remove it. It is related to the event bubbling and event capturing. So let's ignore that third parameter. We will pass two arguments, event and one function. So let's see one example. So let's try to add this add event listener on this button. Remove it. Here we will add btn dot add event listener, and we will pass first argument which is event. So the event will be click. We are adding the click event, then a comma. Here let's define one function. Here I'm adding function like this. So this is the function definition. Within this curly braces we can add the code that will be executed. So here let's add console.log and message. Button clicked. So we have selected the button using getElementById. Then on this button we are adding add event listener method that will assign the event handler. So in this event listener we are adding first parameter and second parameter. First parameter is event, so the event is click, and the second parameter is a function. So we have declared one function here. This function will print one message in the console tab when we will click on the button. Let's see this output on web page. Click on this button and you can see the message button clicked. As I already said, when the event occurs, the JavaScript passes the event object to the event handler. So in this one we can pass the event object and we can find the type from this event.type. Let's see the output. If I click on the button, we got event type which is click. Now instead of adding this anonymous function, we can add the external named function also. So let's remove it. Here we can add our second parameter. Before adding that second parameter, let's create one function with the name display message, and this display message will log one message. Button clicked. Now we can refer this display message function here like this. After adding this, let's come back, and if I click on the button, again you can see the message button clicked. So we can add the event name and one function. It can be a anonymous function or it can be a named external function. We can refer to that external named function with the function name without the parenthesis. So this was add event listener method. Now we will learn the remove event listener method. The remove event listener removes an event listener that was added using add event listener. So here we have added the event listener using add event listener method. Now we can remove it using btn dot remove event listener. Again we have to pass the same arguments. Just copy and paste it here. So this remove event listener will remove the event listener that was added using this add event listener. You can see here I have added the external named function. If I add one anonymous function here, then we cannot remove that event listener using this method. So we have to use the external named function when we want to add the event listener and remove the event listener. Now let's know about some of the useful JavaScript events. So the first one is mouse move event. Mouse move event fires repeatedly when you move the mouse cursor around the element. And second one is mouse down event. When you press the mouse button on the element, this event will fire. Next one is mouse up. When you release the mouse button on the element, then this event will fire. Next event is mouse over event. When the mouse cursor moves from outside to inside the boundaries of the element, then mouse over event occurs. Next one is mouse out. When the mouse cursor is over an element, then moves to another element, then mouse out event occurs. Next one is key down event. Key down event fires when you press the key on the keyboard, and it fires repeatedly while you are holding down the key. Next one is key up event. This key up event fires when you release a key on keyboard. Next one is key press. So the key press event occurs when you press a character keyboard like A, B, C. It fires repeatedly while you hold down the key on the keyboard. Next one is scroll. So a scroll event occurs when you scroll a document or an element, the scroll event fires. We will see more examples of events when we will create the JavaScript projects. Now we have completed the basic of JavaScript. Next we will create some JavaScript projects. In this video, we are going to learn how to create a Notes app using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Here on my computer screen, you can see one button, Create Notes. If I click here, it will open one input box, and here we can type our text note. This is note 1. So you can add your text note in this white box. And if I click on this button again, it will again open a new input box where we can add another note. And if I click on this delete icon, it will delete this note. We can delete all the notes. And let's add the text again. 2. So we have added 2 notes here. This is note 1, note 2. And if I close this browser and open the browser again, let's see. You can see this note is still displaying here because we have added the local storage that will store the notes in the browser. So we will create this note app that will store the text note in the browser using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So let's start this video. Here I have this folder called Notes app. In this one I have one HTML file, one CSS file and another folder called Images. In this Images folder, I have some icons that I will be using on this web page. You can find these images download link in the video description. Let me open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. So this is the HTML file where I have added the basic HTML structure, and this one is the CSS file where I have added margin padding, font family and box sizing. These CSS properties are applicable for all the HTML elements. In this HTML file, I have added this title, that is the title for the web page. Then we have added the link tag with the file name style.css. So it will connect the HTML and CSS file. Next, we have to add the HTML codes in the body tag that will be displayed on our web page. So within this body, let's create one div with the class name container. Now, in this container, we will add one title in h1. So here we are adding one title notes. And after this title, there will be one button. So let's add one button. And in this button, we will add the button text create notes. After adding this, let's come back to the folder and open this HTML file with any web browser. So you can see this text here, notes and create notes button. Now I will close this browser and I will open it with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server. So it will refresh the web page automatically whenever we will add any changes in the code file. You can see the same web page, but the URL has been changed. Now we have to add some CSS. So just come back and copy this class name container and come back to the CSS file. Within this CSS file, let's add dot container, and here we have to add the width. Then we will add minimum height. And in the background, we will add the linear gradient color. So let's add the background linear gradient. And 2 color codes. Then we will add color that will be white, and let's add some space from the top, padding top and padding left, that will be space from the left side. After adding this, you can see the changes in this web page. The text color is white and the background color is linear gradient. Now let's come back, and with this text we have to add one icon also. So just in front of this notes we will add one img tag. So here we will add img and src and file name images slash the file name is notes.png. And in this button also we will add one icon. So here also let's add this img tag and replace the file path. So it is edit.png. So we have added 2 icons with the img tag in the notes and create notes button. You can see this icon and this edit icon in the button. Now we have to add the CSS for these icons and font size. So let's come back. After this container, again add container and h1 for the title. Here we will add display, flex, align items center, then font size will be 35 pixel and font weight 600. Now within this h1 we have added one icon with the img tag, so we are adding img here, and for this image we will set the width. It will be 60 pixel. So this size for the note icon looks good. Next we will design the button. So let's come back, and here we will add container, then button, and in this button we have image. So for this image again we will add the width 25 pixel and margin from the right side. This will be 8 pixel. Let's copy container and button. Now we will design this button using CSS. So let's add display, then align items, background will be linear gradient, 2 color code, button text color will be white, and font size outline 0 and border 0. Border radius will be 40 pixel. Let's add some padding, that will be space inside the button, 15 pixel from top and bottom and 25 pixel from left and right side. Then margin, that will be space outside of the button, 30 pixel, 0 and 20 pixel. Cursor will be pointer. So after adding this, you can see this create notes button looks good. Next we have to add one input box where we can type the text note. So let's come back, and after this button we will add one div with the class name notes container, and in this one let's add one p tag. In this p we will add content editable true, and we will add one class name also. So the class name is input box. So it is not visible here because we have not added any text in this p tag. So let's come back, and we have the input box. Just copy this one and come to the CSS file. Write this input box with the dot, and here we will add position relative. Width will be 100% and the maximum width will be 500 pixel. Then min height, background will be white. So we have added width and height in this p. Then we will add the color, padding of 20 pixel, margin 20 pixel and 0. Then let's add outline, none. Border radius 5 pixel so that the corners will be round. After adding this, the input box looks good, and in this input box we can type anything. Now we need a delete icon also, so let's come back, and before closing of this p tag, here we will add a space, and before closing of this p tag we will add one img tag. Write the file path images/delete.png. It is delete icon, and you can see this icon here. Next we have to set the size and position for this delete icon. Let's come back. Here we will add this input box, then img. For this image, width will be very small, 25 pixel, position will be absolute, then it will be at bottom, 15 pixel space from the bottom and 15 pixel space from the right side. Cursor will be pointer. After adding this, you can see perfect position for this delete icon. Now this input box is displaying by default, so we have to hide this input box, and it will be displayed whenever we will click on the create note button, and every time we will click on the create notes button, it will run a JavaScript, and that JavaScript will display the input box. So let's come back, and here we have the p. You can delete this p tag or comment it. Let me comment this one, so it will be disabled. And right now you can see we have the text and button. We don't have any input box. Now we will display the input box with the help of JavaScript. So let's come back, and here we will click on this icon to create a new file and write the file name script.js. So this is our new file, script.js. Next we have to connect this script file with the HTML file. So let me come back to the HTML file, and just above this closing body tag we will add script src and the file name, which is script.js. Now the HTML file and JavaScript file are connected. Let me open the folder again, and here you can see one new file, which is script.js, in the same place where we have added HTML and CSS file. Now let's come back to the JavaScript, and here we will add some variables. So let's add const notes container. Const notes container equal to document.querySelector.notes container. Now we will duplicate this line. It will be create btn, and here we will add the class name btn, and in this button we will add one class name. class btn. After that, we will add one more variable. Let notes equal to document dot query selector all dot input box. So here we have added three variables: notes container, which is for this notes container class name, then create button, which is for this create button, and then we have added another one, notes, that is for this one, input box. This input box is not there, but we will add it using JavaScript. So we will add the multiple p tag with the class name input box. So here I am adding query selector all, that will select all the nodes. After that, let's add one function, then I will explain you each line. Here we have added create button add event listener. It means whenever we will click on the button, that is here btn, so it will execute these codes, and first it will create one variable called input box, and it will store one element, document dot create element by p. So it will create one p element and it will store it as input box. Then it will create another element with the img tag, and it will be stored as img. Now in the p element, which is input box, it will add one class name called input box. Then in this p element we will add one more thing, which is content editable true. So we are adding input box set attribute content editable true. So it will add one p tag, then in the p tag it will add one class name input box, then it will add one attribute content editable true. And after that we have added img.src. We have created one more element img, and in this source we will add one file path, that is for the delete icon, images/delete.png. So it will add this image img src images/delete.png. Now we have to display it. So we have to display this in the notes container. So you can see we have added notes container dot append child input box. It means this input box will be displayed inside this notes container. And after that we have added the append child img. It means this image will be displayed inside this p tag, which is input box. So after adding this, let's come back to the web page and click on this button. You can see it is adding one new input box with the delete icon, and we can type anything in this input field. It is working. Now click again, it will display the another input field. Now if I click on this delete button, nothing is happening. So we have to add one more thing, this delete functionality. So let's come back, and here we will add this one. Notes container add event listener. Again we will add the click event, then function, if e dot target dot tag name. If the target is img, then e dot target dot So we have added notes container, event listener, click. So when we will click within this notes container, and if the target element is img, then it will remove that parent element. So let's come back, click on this button. It will display one input box, and here we have the delete button. Let's click on this delete icon and it will remove that parent element. Let's click again and click on this delete. You can see it is deleting the parent element, so it will hide that input field. This delete is working fine, and we can also write something here. Hello, this is new video. Right now we have added two nodes, and if I refresh the website, you can see it will be disappeared because we have not stored these things in the browser. So we have to add the local storage that will store the nodes in our browser. Every time we will open the browser, it will be stored and displayed as it is. So let's come back. After these variables, let's add some space, and here we will add one function. Update a storage. Update a storage, and after that we will add local storage dot set item and write the name nodes. And what we have to store here, we will store nodes container dot inner HTML. So whatever is written in the nodes container inner HTML, that will be stored in the browser with the name nodes. So whenever we will call this update a storage, it will update the data in our browser. So let's copy this one and add it here. After deleting it, it should be updated. So in the next line we will add update a storage. Next we need one more thing. If we write anything in the p element, then also it should update the data in the browser. So here we will add the another condition, which is else if. Here we will add nodes equal to document dot query selector all input box. Now for all the nodes, it should update the data in browser. So here we will add nodes dot for each nt sort for the nodes, nt dot on key up equal to function and here we will update a storage. So it will update the storage when we will start typing, edit anything in the p tag. Next we need one more thing. When we close the browser and open the browser, it should check the local storage, and if there is any data in the local storage, then it should display that particular data as a note. So let's come back here at the top. After this variables, let's add function show nodes. Nodes container dot inner HTML equal to local storage dot get item, and the item name is nodes. So if this nodes is there in the browser, then it will be displayed on our web page. just we have to call this function show notes. Just copy this one, paste it here. Show notes will call this function and it will display this local storage in the container HTML. So let's see how it works. If I refresh the web page, you can see it is still displaying the note 1 and note 2. Let's delete the note 1. Here we have, this is note 2. Let's refresh the website. You can see still it is displaying note 2. So this local storage is working. Next we will add the one more last thing. Here we will add Here we are adding document.addEventListener key down event, and if the event key is enter, then document.exe command is insert line break and event prevent default. It means when we will click enter in our keyboard, then it will add one line break in the p tag and it will prevent the default feature of the enter key. Now let's see. Here we will create a new note 1, enter line 2, enter line 3. Refresh the web page. You can see it is displaying as it is. So finally we have completed this online note app using HTML, CSS and JavaScript with the local storage. In this video we will create a very useful JavaScript project which is simple quiz app. You can create this quiz app or website with the help of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Let's see how this quiz app works. You can see this question here, then we have 4 options. If I select the wrong answer, you can see it will become red and the correct answer will become green. And now we cannot change our selection. Now we will click on the next button, and if I select the another option, let's select this one. And if it is correct, then it will be highlighted with the green color. And now we cannot click another option. We have to click next. And here, if we will click on this one, if it is correct, it will become green. And let's click on the next one. And now we will select any wrong answer. So you can see it is displaying the red color and the correct answer is highlighted with the green color. I have added only 4 questions here. If I click on the next button, you can see it will display our score. You scored 2 out of 4 because we have given only 2 correct answers. Let's click on this button, play again, and if I select the correct answer and again this one, this and this one, and click on the next, you can see it is giving the correct score which is 4 out of 4. We will create this quiz app using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and I will explain you step by step. Now let's start this tutorial to create the JavaScript quiz app. Here in this folder, I have one HTML file, one CSS file, and let me open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. If you don't know how to create the HTML and CSS file, I will add the video link in the description. This is the HTML file where I have added the basic HTML structure, and this one is the CSS file where I have added the margin padding, font family and box sizing. These CSS properties are applicable for all the HTML element. In this HTML file, I have added this link tag with the file name style.css, so it will connect the HTML and CSS file. And here we have the title, quiz app easy tutorials. Next, in this body tag, we will add one div with the class name app. Next, we will add the CSS. So come to the CSS file, and here first we will add the dark color on the complete web page. So we will add body tag, and for this body, let's add one background. Here we will add one color code, and next we will add the CSS for the app. So just copy this one, add it here in this CSS file with the dot because it is a class name. Here we will add background, so the background will be white. After that we will add the width 90% and maximum width will be 600 pixel. Then we will add the margin 100 pixel from top, left right auto, and 0 from the bottom. Then border radius, so the border radius will be 10 pixel, so the corners will be round by 10 pixel. After that we will add the padding of 30 pixel, that will be space inside the box. After adding this, let's come back to the folder and open this HTML file with any web browser. So you can see this color on the complete web page, and here we have the box in the white color. I will close this browser and I will open this browser with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server, so that it will refresh the web page automatically whenever we will add any changes in the code file. So you can see the same web page again, but the URL has been changed. After that, let's come back, and within this app we have to add one title. So here we will add one title in h1, simple quiz, and after that we will add another div with the class name quiz, and within this we will add one question in h2. So let's add the h2, and here we will add one id. So the id is question, and let's add any text here. So we will add question goes here, like this. And now you can see this text, simple question, and question goes here. After that we will add some options for the particular question. So here we will add one div with the id answer buttons, and within this answer buttons we will add 4 buttons. So let's create the first one, and in this one we will add the class name btn, and here we will add the answers. So let's add the text answer 1. Now we will duplicate this button and we will change the text 2, 3 and 4, and the class name is same. After adding this, you can see 4 buttons here after this question, answer 1, 2, 3, 4. Next we have to design this using CSS. So let's come back, and here we have the class name quiz. So just copy this one and come to the CSS file. Before this quiz we have the text in h1, so we will add the CSS for that text. So let's add .app and h1 where we have added the text. So for this one we will increase the font size, then we will change the color, font weight and border bottom. Then we will add the padding at the bottom. Now you can see this line here after this text. After that we will add that class name quiz, and for this quiz we will add the padding. It will be 20 pixel and 0. After that, in this quiz also we have text which is the question in h2. So here we will add .quiz and h2. So for this question we will add font size. So the font size will be 18 pixel. Then we will change the color and font weight, and here we have added font weight. It will be font size 25 pixel. Now it is good. Next we will design these buttons, which is answer button. So for this button we have added the class name btn. So come to the CSS file. Here we will add the CSS for btn. So for this button we will add the background. So the background will be white. After that we will add the color, that will be the text color, and font weight. Font weight will be 500. Then width will be 100%. So it will be full width, and border of 1 pixel solid, and this color. Then we will add the padding, that will be space inside the button, and margin. 10 pixel from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. After this padding and margin, we will add text align left, and border radius will be 4 pixel and cursor pointer. You can see these buttons looks good. Next we have to add the hover effect on these buttons. So let's come back. Here we will add this one and hover. We will add the background. This will be the background color code, and after that we will add the color, that will be the text color white, and in this one we will add the transition all 0.3 seconds. Now if I take cursor, you can see the background becomes black and the text becomes white. Next we have to add one more thing, which is the next button at the bottom of these answers. So let's come back, and here after this button and this div, here we will add another button, and with this button we will add the ID, next btn, and the button text is next. After adding this, you can see next button at the bottom. So we will add the CSS for this next button. So let me come back and copy this ID, add it here in the CSS file with the hashtag because it is an ID. Here we will add the background, then color, font weight and width. Width will be small, 150 pixel. Then we will add the border. Border will be 0 and padding of 10 pixel. Then margin 20 pixel, auto and 0. Border radius will be same, which is 4 pixel, and cursor pointer. After adding this, you can see this next button here, but we have to move it in this center. So here we will add display block, and now you can see it is horizontally center. Right now this button is displaying, so we have to hide this button, and this button will be displayed once we will select any option from these answers. So let's come back, and here we will add none, so the button will be hidden. You can see that button is hidden. Next we have to add the JavaScript to display the correct questions, and we can select the answers. So let's come back, and here we will create a new file. Click on this icon and write the file name script.js. This is the script file. Here we will add our JavaScript. Next we have to connect this script file with the HTML. So let's come back, and above this closing body tag, here we will add a script tag, script src equal to script.js. Now our HTML file and JavaScript file are connected. Here we can add our JavaScript. So in this JavaScript file, first we have to set the questions. So here we will add const. In this const we will add the name of the variable. So it is questions equal to, here we have to add the questions. So let's add the first one like this, question, and write the question text. Then we have to add the options for this question. So here we will add answers. Here I have added the first answer, and correct is equal to false because it is a incorrect answer. Let's duplicate it, and we will add the other answers here. And the second answer is correct, so here we will add true. So So this is the first question and the list of answers. Now we'll add the other questions in the same format. So here let's add one comma, and we can add this second question here. So you can just copy this one and paste here and update the text. So I have updated all these questions and answers. You can see in front of the correct answers I have added true and other are false. Here also I have added true and these three answers are false. After that we will add another variables. In this HTML file I have added this ID, question and answer button and next button. So we will add the variables for all these three elements. So come to the script file. Here we will add const question element equal to document.getElement by ID question, which is this one. Next we will add the variable for this one. Duplicate this line, add this ID here, and here we will add the answer button. Now duplicate this and it will be next button and the ID, which is next btn. Now whenever we will start the quiz and give the answers, the question number and the score will be changing. So we will create variables to store the question index and score. So here we will add let current question index. So the index will start from the 0. Then we will add let score equal to 0. Next we will add one function, and let me write the code, then I will explain you. Here I have added one function start quiz. So when we will start the quiz, it should reset the current question index 0 and score 0 when we will start the quiz. Here we are adding inner HTML next, because at the end we will change the text to the restart or replay. So when we will start the quiz again, the button should be next. And after that we are calling this function show questions. So it will set the index 0, score 0 and set the text next for the next button. Then only it will call the another function show question that will display the questions. Now we will create this function. Here in this show function I have added let current question is equal to questions dot current index. So if you will see this list of questions, here we have the first set of question and answer, then second, then third and fourth. So we will get the first question if we will add the index 0, we will get the second question when we will add the index 1. So that is written here questions and index number. So that will be the current question, and we need the question number also. So if the index is 0, question number will be 1. If the index is 1, question number will be 2. So here I have added plus 1, that will be the question number. Then in the question element, which is this one, this is the question element. So here we will update the text with the inner HTML. So we are adding question element inner HTML equal to question number, then one dot, and after that the current question and current question dot question. So that current question will be this one, and here we have the question this one. So we will get this text. So after adding this, we have to display the answer from the current question set. So here we will add the code to display the answers. So let's add current question dot answers dot for each. Here I have added current question dot answers. So it will come here. Suppose the current question is this one, and it will go here, answers, and in this answers we have the text and correct. So we have to display these text in the buttons. So we will add document dot create element and the tag name button. So it will create one button tag, and we will save it as a variable called button, and in this button we have to add one text. So to add the text, we will add inner HTML, and in this inner HTML we will add the answer dot text. So answer is this one, answer dot text. So it will add the first one, then we will add the second one, like that. So it will add the text in the button. Then in the button we have to add one class name. So we are adding button dot class list dot add and the class name btn. So it will add this btn class name in this button. After that we have to display this button inside the div, which is here, answer buttons. This div is here, so we have to display that button inside this div. So we are adding answer button dot append child button. So after adding this, it will display the question with the question number, and it will display the answer. Now we have to call this a start quiz function to display the output. So let's copy this one and add it here at the bottom, start quiz. So it will call this a start quiz function, and it will set the current index 0, a score 0, and button text next. Then it will call the show questions, and this show questions will display the question with the question number, and it will display the answers in the button. So after adding this, let's come back to the website, and here you can see it is displaying the question with the question number 1. Then we have the previous text that we have added in the HTML file, which is answer 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have our answers that we have added with the variable here. You can see the answers for the first question: shark, blue whale, elephant, and giraffe. So you can see these answers here, but we have not added click function here right now. So now let's come back, and we have to hide these things. To hide these things, we have to reset the previous questions and answers. So let's come back, and here we will add one function. Before displaying the question, here we will add one function, reset state, that will reset the previous question and answer. Now we have to define this function. So let's add it here, function reset state. In this reset state, let's add the next button dot style dot display. It will be none. Then we will add while answer button, it will be buttons, yes, and here also we will add buttons in this one. So answer buttons dot first child. So suppose it has a child element, then we have to remove that. Here we will add answer buttons dot remove child, answer buttons dot first child. So it will remove all the previous answers, and here also we have added answer button, it will be answer buttons, yes, answer buttons dot append child. So after adding this, let's come back, and here you can see the first question with the question number and list of options. and if I click here, nothing is happening. Next we have to add the click function on these answers. So let's come back. Here we will add button dot add event listener click, and here we have to add one function name. So when we will click on the answer button, it will call this function select answer, and before this click event we will add if answer dot correct. So if it has some value, then it will add button dot dataset dot correct equal to answer dot correct. So it will add the true or false in this dataset correct. From here, this false true, it will add in this button dataset. Now we will add the function which is select answer. So let's define this function. Above this, a start quiz. So here we will add function So when we will click on that button, it will add the selected button element in this variable selected btn, and then it will check the selected btn dataset true. So if the dataset is true, then it will add the class name correct, and if it is not true, then it will add the class name incorrect. Now for these class name, we have to add the background color. So we will change the background color for the correct and incorrect class name. So let's come back to the CSS file. Here we will add correct and background. In this background, we will add one color code. Now we will add the background for the incorrect class name. Incorrect and this background color. After adding this, let me come back to the website. And if I click on the first one, you can see the background becomes red because it is incorrect. If I click on the second one, you can see it becomes red because it is correct. And if I click on the third one, you can see it is red, and the fourth one is red. Now we can click on any number of times. So we have to disable the click after selecting one answer. And when we will select the wrong answer, it should automatically highlight the correct answer with the green color. So to add that one, let's come back here in this script. After that, we will add So here we have added array from answer buttons children for each. So for each button, it will check the dataset. If it is true, then it will add the class name correct. Suppose we have selected the wrong answer, then it will go and check the other answers, and if it is true, then it will add the green color with this class name correct. And after that, it will disable the button, so we cannot click on the any button. And after that, it will display the next button. So here we are adding next button style.display block. So it will again display the next button so that we can go to the next question. So after adding this, let's come back to the website, and if I click on the first one, which is the wrong answer, you can see the second one becomes green because the second answer is correct, and it is displaying the next button. And now we cannot click on the any other button. Let's refresh the website, and if I click on the correct answer, it is displaying the green color here, and now we cannot select any other. Next, we have to hide the hover effect when we select the button. So let's come back, and in this CSS file, here we have added btn hover. So in this one we will add one more thing, hover and not disabled. So the hover effect will work when the button is not disabled, and when the button is disabled the hover effect will not work. And we will add one more thing. Here we will add btn disabled and cursor no drop. After adding this, let's come back and refresh the website. If I click here, you can see we will not get the hover effect now, and the cursor becomes red. We cannot click on any button. We can just click on the next button. We have to add one more thing. When we will select the correct answer, the score should be increased. So let's come back, and here we have added the class name correct in this one. So here only we will add one more thing, score plus plus. So it will increase the score by 1. Next we will add the function for the next button. So here we will add next button dot add event listener, and the event is click. Here we will add arrow function, and in this one we will add if it will check the current index. If the current index is less than the length of the question, it means the number of question is 4, then the question length is 4. So if the index is less than that, then here we will add one function, handle next button, or else it will add a start quiz. Suppose if there is no question and we will click on that button, so it will restart the quiz. And here we have to define this function, handle next button. So above this one, here we will add function handle next button, and in this one we will add current question index plus plus. It will increase the question index by 1 when we will click on the next button. And again we will add if current question index less than question length, then show question function with the updated question index, else it will display the score. So score. So if there is another question, it will display the another question, and if it is not there, then it will display the score when we will click on the next button. Next we have to define this function show a score. So here let's add function show a score, and in this one let's add reset state that we have already created. To display the score we have to call this reset function, and instead of question we have to display the score. So we are displaying the question in the question element. So in this one we will add inner HTML, and let's add the text in backtick. Here we will add you scored, so it will display the score out of the length of question. And after that we will add next button dot inner HTML equal to play again, and next button will be block. So let's add next button dot style dot display block. After adding this, let's come back to the website again and let's select the correct answer. Next, again correct answer. Next, again we will click here. Next, and here. Next, you can see you scored 4 out of 4 and we are getting the button play again. It will restart the quiz. Let's click the wrong answer. It will display the correct one. Let's click next and wrong answer. So we have selected 2 wrong answers. Let's click again. Click here. It is also wrong. And if we click here on the correct one, so you can see the score 1 out of 4 because we have selected only one correct answer out of 4 and we are getting play again. So finally this quiz app is working. You can update your questions in this JavaScript and you can create your own quiz app or quiz website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. In this video, we are going to learn how to add the validation in contact form using JavaScript. So here you can see I have created a contact form where you can see the input field for the name, phone number, email ID and message, and at the end we have the submit button. If I click on the submit button, you can see it is giving an error, name is required, and there was one more error message at the bottom called please fix error to submit. First we have to fix the error which is in the name field. So here we have to enter the name because right now the name field is empty. So let's add anything here. If I write like this, still we are getting an error, write full name, because we have to add the first and last name. So let's add a space and write full name like this. Now you can see a green check icon. That means this input field is correct. So after adding the correct data in this name input field, let's click on the submit button again. So it is giving error in the phone number field and here it is saying phone number is required. So let's add some characters here. If I write like this, it is saying phone number should be 10 digits. So let's add any 10-digit number here. So now you can see check mark. It means this input field is correct. After that, if I click on the submit button again, it is giving an error in email field. So here also we have to add the email ID. So let's add the email ID like this. So right now this is not the correct format. So that's why it is saying email invalid. So we have to add the email in proper email format. So if I write like this, now you can see a check mark. Let's click on the submit button again and it is giving an error, 30 more characters required, because we have added the limit minimum 30 characters should be there in the message box. So here let's add any message. You can see as I am writing the text here, it is decreasing the required character. Right now it is saying 16 more characters required. After writing minimum 30 characters in this message field, we will get this check mark. Now we can submit this form. So let's click here and you can see it will submit the form. So without correcting all the fields, this form will not be submitted, and once we will correct all the input fields and click on submit button, this form will work. So we will learn how to add this validation in form using JavaScript. Now let's start this tutorial to add validation on contact form using JavaScript. I have already created multiple tutorials about creating a contact form using HTML and CSS. That's why in this video, I'm not going to design this form. You can go to the video description and download this HTML and CSS form. And in this video, we will only talk about the validation. So let's come back to the folder. And here you can see I have this HTML and CSS file that you can also download from the video description. Once you will open these files with the code editor, you will see this HTML file where I have added the container and then we have the form tag, and in this form we have added this icon, and here we have added the font awesome link. That's why we have added this font awesome icon. Then we have the input group, and in this one we have the input field for the name. This is for the phone number, this is for the email, and this one is for the text box. And after that we have the button, and you will get this CSS file also where we have added all the CSS for the design of the form. Once you will open this HTML file with web browser, you will get this form like this. Next we will display the error message on this form. So let's come back to the code, and here you can see we have added the input field for the name. So just below this input field we will add one span tag, and in this span let's add one ID also. So I will add the ID name error, and in this name error let's add a error name is required, like this. Simply we will add the span tag in all the input group just below the input field. So here also we will add the span tag, and this is for the phone number. So we will add the ID phone error, and here also one message phone is required. Let's copy this one and add it just after this input field for the email. Here we will add the ID email error, and we will add the message email is required, and after that we will add one span here. This is for the message error. Message is required, like this, and we will add one message after this submit button also. So here also we will add a span, and we will add the ID submit error and one message please fix error. So we have added these error message in this HTML file, and let's refresh our website. And now you can see these message here at the end of all the input fields, and one error message at the bottom left corner of this form. So we have to change the position and color for these error message. For that we will come back to the HTML file, and here you can see we have the class name called input group, and in this input group we have the span tag where we have added the error message. So let's add this class name in the CSS file, and here we will add the span, and for this span we have to set the position. Position will be absolute. Then we will add the bottom will be 12 pixel, and right 17 pixel. We will add the font size. It will be 14 pixel, and color. So the color will be red because it's an error. So you can see the position has been changed for these error message. We have to add the CSS for this one also, which is for the submit error. Let's come back, and here you can see we have added the ID called submit error. So let's copy this ID, write it here with the hashtag because it is an ID, and here we will add color red. That's it. So this message is also in the red color. So we have added the position and color for the error message, but right now this message is displaying by default, but we have to display this message after validation using JavaScript. So we will remove these error messages for now, and it will be displayed later. Let's come back and come to the HTML file and just remove this message. Span tag will be there. We have to remove the message only. Let's remove all the error message like this. It's done. Again you can see the simple contact form. Now we have to add the JavaScript file. So here we will create a new file. Go to files, new file, and save this file as script.js. Make sure the file name should be JS. So we have created a new file, and next we have to come to the HTML file, and just at the bottom before this closing body tag we will add a script open and closing tag. Write src and write the file name that we have just created, which is a script.js. So it will connect the JavaScript file with the HTML file. Next we have to add the variable for all these ID that we have written here in this HTML file. So let's come to the script file. This is the script.js, and here we will create variable. So let's add var name error equal to document dot get element by ID, and in this ID we will add the ID that we have added in the HTML file. So you can see we have added the ID called name error. Just copy this one and place it here. So this is the first variable. Just duplicate this one and change the name. It will be phone error. This is for the email error. This is message error, and this one for the submit error. And here also we will change the ID. So we have added these variables. Next we have to add the function that will validate the input box. So let's come back to the HTML file, and here we have the input field for the name. In this one we will add one ID. So let's add one ID called contact name, and we will add one event. So it is on key up equal to, and here we will add one function name. So let's add any function name, validate name, like this. So here we have added one ID and one function. Next we have to define this function that we have added here. So just copy this function and come to the script file. Here we will add function, write the function name like this. So this function will be executed whenever we will start typing anything in the input field. So here we will add one variable and write name equal to document dot get element by ID, and in this ID we will add the ID that we have just created, which is contact name. Copy this one, add it here. At the end we will add dot value. So this variable called name will store the content written in the input box, which is for the name. So it will take the value of the input field, and now we will add the condition. So here we will add if name dot this will check whether this name length is 0. It means the input field is empty. So it will display an error called name is required. And where this error message will be displayed, it will be displayed in the variable called name error, and this name error is for the ID called name error that we have added here in this span tag. So in this span tag we will see this message called name is required when the length is 0. It means the input box is empty. Next we will add the another condition. Here we are adding this condition. So this expression is exactly checking the first character should be alphabet, and after that there will be one space, and after that it could be any character A to Z. Here we are adding exclamation. It means value is not matching with this expression, then it will give an error. So what will be the error? Just copy this one, paste it here, and here we will add write full name like this. And one more thing, once it will give an error, it will return false like this, and we will add this return false in this if condition also. So whenever there will be an error, it will return false. In this condition also, if it will give an error, it will return false. If there is no error, then what will happen? It will display a success message. So let's add name error dot inner HTML equal to, and in this one let's add valid like this. Suppose there is no error, then it will say valid, and then it will return true. Like this. It is not an, it will be a $sign like this. So again refresh the website, and you can see if I write a first name and write anything in the second name, it will say valid. You can see the message has been changed to valid. So instead of valid, we want to display a check sign. So you can see in the HTML file we have added this font awesome link, so we can add the font awesome icons. So let's come to the font awesome website. Here we will search for one icon. So let's go to the icon and search for check. We'll click on this one, check circle, copy this and come back to the script file, and in this script, instead of this valid, we will add this HTML code like this, and we will change the color also. So it is in the I tag. You can see it is in the I tag. So we have to use this I tag in this CSS file. Just come to the CSS and copy this input group span, and in this span we have the I tag for the icon, and here we will add the color. So let's add the color of this one. After adding this color, come to the web page, and here we will add one name. Now you can see a green color of check sign. So it is working fine. Next we will add the validation for the phone number field. So let's come back. Again come to the HTML file, and as you can see we have added the ID in the name field and one function. So same thing we will do in the phone number field. So just copy it here. So this is for the phone number field, so it will be contact phone. ID is contact phone, and here we will add validate phone like this. Come to the script file and let's copy this one, paste it here. Instead of validate name, we will add validate phone. This is for the phone number validation, and again we have to add the variable. So let me just copy this one only, paste it here. It will be phone equal to document.getElementYID contact phone. ID is contact phone. So this phone will store the value written in the phone number input field. Next we have to add the condition to check the phone number. So here let me write the condition, then I will explain to you. So you can see here we have added phone.length equal to 0. So it will check whether the phone number field is empty, then it will display an error phone number is required. Next it will check the length of the phone number. If it is not equal to 10, then it will display an error phone number should be 10 digits. In this condition it is checking the phone number should be 0 to 9 and for 10 characters, and if it is not like that, then it will display an error called only digits. And if there is no error like this, then it will display a check icon and it will return true. So after adding this, let's check the phone number field. Come back to the web page, and here if I write, you can see phone number should be 10 digits. So let's add more digits, and now you can see a check icon. You can see if I add any character like this, Z, Y, anything, it is saying only digits please. So we need to add digits, and if we add 10 digits, it is fine. So this phone number validation is also working. Now let's come back and we will add the validation in this email field. So let me just copy this one and paste it here. In this email input field, write the ID contact email, and this is validate email. Next we will add the script. So let's copy this one. It will be validate email, then copy this, paste it here. It will be email document.getElementYID contact email. So it will store the value written in the email input field. And now we will check the conditions. So in this validate email function, we are adding this variable that will get the value of the input box, and then it will check the length. If it is 0, it means it is empty. So it will display an error, email is required, and return false. Next, if there is some value, then it will check this condition, and here it is saying it should be any alphabet. It may contain a dot or underscore or this hyphen, and it can also contain any number. And after that there should be one @. After @ there will be some alphabets and then one dot, and after that dot there will be another alphabet. It could be 2, 3 or 4 characters. So if the email format is not matching with this one, then it will display an error called email invalid and return false. And if there is no such error, then it will display the check icon and return true. Here we will remove this and save this file. Let's refresh the website again, and if I write correct email here, now you can see it is displaying a check icon. It means the email ID is valid. Next we have to add the validation for the message box. Let's come back, and here we will add one ID and one function. Copy and paste it here. Write the ID called contact message. and this is validate message. Now let's come back to the script file and copy this one. Here we will add validate message. And in this one again we will add one variable. So it will store the value written in the message box, and after that we will add one variable where we will add any number required equal to. So if we want 30 characters, then we will add 30 characters is required. And here let's add another variable, and it is left equal to required minus message dot length. So it will give the value how much characters is left, and now we will add the condition. If left greater than 0, it will be giving an error message error dot inner HTML. And then it will return false. And if there is no such error and the character is more than 30, then it will display a check sign. Just copy this one, paste it here, and here we will add message error dot inner HTML. That's it. Here it will be this one message. Refresh the website, and now you can see if I write something, 29 more characters required. If I delete this one, it will display 30 more characters required. And if we write some text here, and now you can see the error message has gone and we will get the check icon. So this message box validation is also working fine. Next we have to add the validation when we will click the submit button. So let's come back. In this button we will add on click, and here let's add return space and one function. Validate form. Next we have to define this function called validate form in the JavaScript. So let's copy this one, come back to the JavaScript file, and here we will add a function validate form, and in this one first it will check all the functions that we have added in the different input field. So here we will add if exclamation validate name, then we will add exclamation validate phone. In the series wise we are adding so this condition will check if any of these are false, then it will display an error message. So here we will add submit error dot inner HTML and one message. Like this. and after that it will also return false. After adding this, again refresh the website and simply click on the submit button, and you can see here it is displaying please fix error to submit. submit. But right now this error message will be displayed continuously, so we have to hide this message after few seconds. So let's come back, and here we will add submit error dot style dot display. It will be block, so it will be visual, and here we will add set timeout display none. So after 3 seconds it will hide the error message which is please fix error to submit. So this message will be displayed for 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds it will be hidden because we are adding display none in the set timeout, and it will return false, so it will not submit the form. So let's check this one, and if I click here you can see this message will be hidden after some time. You can see this message is hidden. So this complete form is working fine right now. Let me check all these input field, and if I write a name here, then we will add one phone number and any email ID and message. After correcting all the input field, if I click on submit, it will submit the form successfully without any error message. So it is working fine. So we have completed this form validation using JavaScript. In this video, we are going to learn how to create an image gallery that will slide horizontally using mouse wheel. Usually when we rotate the mouse wheel, the web page scroll down or scroll up. But if I take cursor over this image gallery and rotate the mouse wheel, it will scroll the gallery horizontally either in the left side or right side. In this image gallery, we have added two control icons also, that is for the backward and forward. We can click on these icons to scroll the gallery to the left side or right side. We have added one more effect. If I take cursor over this image, you can see the image becomes colorful. All the images are gray right now. When we take cursor, it becomes colorful, and you can see the image size is also increasing when we take cursor. So we will create this horizontal scroll with mouse wheel using HTML, CSS and very simple JavaScript. This will be very good JavaScript mini project for your resume. Now let's start the video. Here I have this folder, and in this folder I have one HTML file, one CSS file and another folder called images, and here you can see some images and two icons. You can find all these images download link in the video description. Now I will open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. So this is the HTML file where I have added the basic HTML structure, and this one is this CSS file. In this HTML file I have added this title, then this link tag that will connect the CSS file. Now we will add the code within this body tag. So here we will create one div with the class name gallery, and within this gallery we will create another div, and in this div we will add span, and inside this span we will add the first image with the img tag. Here we will add the file path of the image. It is images/image1.png. Let's duplicate this line and we will add the another image, image 2 and 3. After that, let me open this web page with browser, so you can see 3 images on this web page. Now let's come back, and here we will copy this class name and come back to the CSS file. Here first we will add the CSS for the body, and here in this body we will add the background. After that, add that class name gallery. Here we will add the width. It will be 900 pixel, and display flex. After that we will add gallery and div. For this div, let's add the width of 100%, display grid, and grid template column auto, auto, auto. So we will get 3 image in one row. After that we will add grid gap of 20 pixel and padding of 10 pixel. Then we have the img tag. So here we will add gallery, div and img. Width will be 100% for the image. Now you can see perfect size for these images. Next we will add 3 more images. So let's come back and duplicate this div and replace the image file name. It is 456. So we have total 6 images. You can see the images size becomes small. So let's come back and here we will add flex none. Now you can see it is perfect size for the image, and you can see the horizontal scrolling here. The complete website is scrolling. So let's come back and here in this gallery we have to add overflow x scroll. Now only this gallery will scroll. The gallery width is 900 pixel and it is scrolling inside that div. Next we have to hide this horizontal scroll bar. So let's come back and here we will add gallery and WebKit scroll bar, display none. So that horizontal scroll bar is hidden, but we cannot scroll it with the mouse wheel. So let's come back and above this gallery we will add another div with the class name gallery wrap, and in this one we will add one image and file name back.png, then another file name next.png. Here we will add id, back.btn and next.btn, and let's remove it and add it here within these images. So first we have the back arrow, then all images, and again next arrow. You can see the back arrow at the top and the next arrow at the bottom. Here we will add gallery wrap, display flex, align item center and justify content center. Then we will add the margin of 10% auto. You can see it is horizontally centered. Now just come back and copy this id, back.btn, then next.btn. We are adding hashtag because it's an id. Here we will add the width 50 pixel, cursor pointer and margin 40 pixel. Now the size for the icons are perfect. Next we will add the hover effect on these images. So let's come back and here we will add gallery, div, img and hover. And let's add filter grayscale 0. The grayscale will be 0, and come here and we will add cursor pointer and transform scale 1.1. So it will increase the size. Just copy this filter grayscale and add it here, and let's add 100%. So the default grayscale will be 100%, so the image will be gray. Let's add the transition transform 0.5 seconds. So it will take 0.5 seconds to increase the size. You can see the size is increasing and the image becomes colorful when we take cursor. So we have added the hover effect. After that we have to enable the horizontal scroll using mouse wheel. So just come back and here above this closing body tag we will add a script tag. In this script tag we will add the JavaScript. So here we will add let scroll container equal to document dot query selector, and we will select this one dot gallery. So we are selecting this class name. After that we will add let back.btn equal to document dot get element by id, because we have the id here back.btn. So write it here. Now duplicate this line and it will be next.btn. So we have selected the gallery div, then next.btn and back.btn. After that let's copy this one, add it here. Here we will add event listener and it will be wheel. So it is wheel event. Then we will add this arrow function, and when we will rotate the wheel, this function will be executed. So here we will add evt dot prevent default. It will prevent the default feature that scroll the web page down or up. Next we will add the scroll container. Scroll left plus equal to evt dot delta y. After that, come back to the website, and if I take cursor over this image and rotate the mouse wheel, this slider is scrolling. We can scroll in the left direction or right direction. You can see this image gallery is scrolling horizontally with the mouse wheel. Now we will add the click feature on this back arrow and next arrow. So let's come back, and here we will add next btn dot event listener click, because we will add the click function. Here also we will add the arrow function, and this function will be executed when we will click on the icon. Here we will add scroll container dot scroll left plus equal to 900, because the width is 900 for the gallery. Again duplicate it, and here we will add back btn, and it will be minus equal to 900. That's it. After that, let's come back, and if I click on the back button, it is scrolling the gallery to the left side, and if I click on the right button, it is scrolling the gallery to the right side. But when we click on these icons, it immediately scroll it by 900. That's why we cannot see the scroll animation. So let's come back, and here we will add scroll container dot style dot scroll behavior, and we will add the scroll behavior smooth. Let's copy it and paste it here. Same thing. Now just come back, and if I click here, you can see it will scroll smoothly. You can see this gallery is scrolling horizontally when we click on these next or previous button, and we can scroll it using the mouse wheel also. But you can see this mouse wheel scroll is not smooth right now. So let's come back, and here copy and paste it in this wheel event, and here we will add auto. That's it. After adding this, let's come back. Now if we rotate the mouse wheel, this gallery is scrolling smoothly, and when we click on the icon, here also it is scrolling smoothly, and we have the hover effect also. So finally we have completed this beautiful image gallery that scroll horizontally using the mouse wheel. In this video we will learn to make a digital clock using JavaScript. Let's check the current time in my laptop at the bottom right corner. So the time is exactly same as the time displaying on my website. We will design this digital clock using HTML and CSS, then we will update the local time using JavaScript. This is very useful JavaScript project for your job portfolio. So let's start to make this digital clock using JavaScript step by step. Here I have this folder, and in this folder I have added one index.html file, one style.css file. Let me open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. So this is the HTML file where I have added the basic HTML structure, and this one is the CSS file where I have added the margin padding, font family and box sizing. These CSS properties are applicable for all the HTML elements. In this HTML file, I have added this title, Digital Clock using JavaScript, Easy Tutorials, and then I have added this link tag that will connect the HTML and CSS file, because here I have added href style.css. Now we will add the code within the body tag. So here let's create one div with the class name hero, and now we will add the CSS for this class name. Write this class name here in this CSS file, and here we will add the width height, min height will be 100 VH. Then we will add the background, and in the background we will add the linear gradient color. Here we will add one angle and two color code. Then we will add the color. This will be the white color, and let's add the position relative. After adding this, let me come back to the folder and open this HTML file with any web browser. So you can see this gradient color on the complete web page. Let me close this browser and I will open it with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server, so that it will refresh the web page automatically whenever we will add any changes in the code file and save the code file. So you can see the same web page again with the gradient color. Now let's come back, and within this div with the class name hero, here we will create another div with the class name container. Inside this container we will create another div with the class name clock, and in this clock let's add the time like this. Save this and open the web page. You can see this time here at the top left corner 00. So let's add some CSS. Let's come back, and here we have the class name container. Just add it here in this CSS file, and here we will add the CSS for this container. We will add the width. It will be 800 pixel, and then we will add the height. Height will be 180 pixel. After that we will add the position absolute, top 50%, left 50%, and transform translate minus 50% and minus 50%, so that this element will be in the center of the web page. For now, here we will add one background. So let's add the background red and open the web page. So you can see this red color of box in the center of the web page. Now we'll remove this color. Let's come back to the HTML file, and here we have the class name clock. So let's add the CSS for this clock. Here we will add the width and height 100%. After that we will add the background, and in the background we will add some color with less opacity. So we will add RGBA. So this is the color code for the background. Then we will add the border radius of 10 pixel, and let's add display flex, align items center, and justify content center, so that the text inside this clock will be in the center. And after that, come back to the web page. You can see this color in this box. Now we will add two other elements, that is a square and circle. So let's come back. We will add the element with the help of pseudo elements. So here in this container we will add two pseudo elements, which is before and after. So add this container, then write double colon before, and in this before we will add content. Content will be empty. Then let's add the width and height. Width will be 180 pixel and height also same 180 pixel. Then we will add the background. Here we will add one color code. Then border radius will be 5 pixel, very small, and position will be absolute. Left minus 50 pixel, and top also minus 50 pixel. Then write z index -1. After adding this, you can see one element at the top left side of this horizontal box. Now we will create another element, that will be one circle. So let's come back and duplicate this one. Here we will add after. This is same content, width, height, and we will change the background color, and here we will add border radius of 50% so that it will be a circle. Position will be absolute, and here it will be on right side, so right minus 30 pixel, and it will be at the bottom, so right bottom minus 50 pixel. That's it. Now you can see one circle in the right side. Next we have to make this horizontal box blur, so let's come back, and here we have the clock. So in this clock we will add backdrop filter blur. It will be 40 pixel. After that you can see the web page, it looks good. Next we have to change the size for this text, and we will add the name also, like minutes, second, hours. So let's come back, and here let's remove this one. Instead of writing the text directly, we will add one span tag, and in this span first we will add 00. Let's duplicate it. Here we will add the colon, after updating this you can see again it is same. We have just added the span tag for each number. Let's come back. Here we have the span inside this clock. So come to the CSS file. Let's add dot clock and a span. So for each span we will increase the font size. So let's add the font size 80 pixel. We will add the width 110 pixel, and display will be inline block and text align center, and position relative. After that you can see some space between these numbers, and the font size is also increased. Next we will add the name like hours, minutes and seconds. So let's come back to the code again, and let's copy this clock span and write the pseudo element after. In this after, let's add the content. In this content it will be empty, font size 16 pixel, position absolute, bottom minus 5 pixel and left 50%, transform translate x minus 50%. In this content we can add the text. So let's add hours. It will be 16 pixel px, and after applying this you can see we have the text here, hours, 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 like this, and we have to remove this hours and it will be different. In the first one we will add hours, then minutes and seconds. To change this one we will come back to the HTML file, and in this HTML file let's add some IDs. In the first span we will add the ID HRS for the hours, then in the second number here we will add ID MIN, that is for minutes, and in the last one we will add the ID SEC for the seconds. And let's come back to the CSS file and remove this content from here. Remove this, and here at the end we will add that ID like HRS, and here we will add pseudo element after. Write content hours, duplicate this line, it will be minute and second, and here also minutes and seconds. After adding this, let's come back to the website. So you can see in the first number we are getting hours, then in the second one minutes, and last one seconds. Next we have to update the time, and to add the current time we need to add the JavaScript. So let's come back to the HTML file, and here at the bottom just above this closing body tag we will add a script open and closing tag, and within this script we will add all our JavaScript code. So here we will add let HRS equal to document.getElementById, and the ID is HRS, that is from here. Let's duplicate it. It will be minute and second. To get the date and time, we need to use the JavaScript object called date. So here let's add let current time equal to new date, and if we print this current time, let's add console.log current time. You will see the local time and date. Let's come back to the website and open the console. Here you can see it is displaying Tuesday, May 30, 2013, and this is the time. So it is our local time. Now we have to get the time only, we have to remove the date and day. So let's come back. Here you can use the JavaScript methods get hours, get minutes, and get seconds to get the hours, minutes, and seconds from this time. So let me show you. Here we will add current time dot get hours, and open the web page. You can see it is displaying the hours 15. If we come back and add get minutes, it will display the minutes in current time 37, and like that we can get the seconds also. So let's display all those things. Here we will add HRS dot inner HTML equal to current time dot get hours. So it will display the hours of current time. Duplicate this. It will be minutes, min, and it will be seconds, second. And here also we will update the methods get minutes and another method called get seconds. So after updating this, let's come back to the website. You can see the current time here, which is 15, 38, and 39. Let me show you my laptop current time. It is same 15, 38, but you can see this time is not updating. So we have to update it at every second. For that we will use the set interval. So let's come back and we will add all those things in a set interval. Here we will add comma 1000 milliseconds, that means 1 second, and within this we will add all these code. So it will execute this code at every 1 second. Now just come back to the website again and you can see this seconds is increasing and this minute is also increasing. Right now it is displaying only 1 digit. So suppose you have the numbers less than 10, we can add 1 0 in front of that number. For that, let's come back to the JavaScript again, and here we will add one if condition. So we will add the inline if condition. copy this, and here we'll add plus this one, and here we will add the condition if less than 10. If it is less than 10, then it will add 10, or if it is not less than 10, then it will be empty, like this. So we have to add the same thing in the other one, here and here, and update the methods. It will be minutes, and seconds. After updating this, let's come back to the website again, and finally you can see it will display the double digit in the numbers. Now you will see it is starting from 01, 02, 03, like that. So finally we have completed our digital clock using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. In this video, we will create a product page design that you can use on e-commerce website. Here I have added a product image on the left side and product details on the right side. In this product image, we have some control buttons. When I click here, you can see the product image is changing. In the product details section, you can see the product name, price and offer. After that, we have some select option for variable products. We can select the size and color of the product. Then we have input field to select the product quantity, and at the bottom you can see buy now button. We will create this product page design using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Here in this folder, I have created one index.html file, one style.css file, and you can see another folder with some images. You can find all these images download link in the video description. Let me open these files with my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor. So this is the HTML file where I have added basic HTML structures, and this one is the CSS file, and I have connected this CSS file with this link tag in the HTML file. Now we will add code in the body tag. So here we will create one div with the class name container. In this container we will create another div, and let's add the class name product. In this product we have to create two columns. So first we will create the left div with the class name gallery, where we will add the product image gallery, and let's add another div with the class name details, where we will add the product details like product title, description and buttons. Next we will add the image in the first div, which is image gallery. So here we will add one img tag, write the file path of the image. So this is the images slash image1.png. After adding this, let's come back to the folder and open our HTML file with any web browser. So you can see this image on the web page. Let me close this browser, and I will open this browser with the Visual Studio Code extension called Live Server, so that it will refresh the web page automatically whenever we will add any changes in the code file and save the code file. So you can see the same web page again. Now let's come back and we will add the CSS. So let's copy this container, write it here in the CSS file. Here we will add some CSS properties like width, then we will add min height, then we will add the background. In this background we will add one color code. Let's add the display, flex, align items, center, justify content, center, so that the product will be in the center of the web page. Let's copy this class name product, write it here. So for this product we will add the width. It will be 90% and maximum width will be 750 pixel. Then we will add display, flex. So left and right column will be side by side. Now we will add the CSS for this gallery and details. So let's add this gallery here. So for this gallery we will add flex basis 47%. It means width is 47%. After that, we will add the background. So this is the color code. Now in this gallery we have one image. So again write this one. Then write img tag. So for this image we will add the width. It will be 100% and display it will be block. Let's add some padding from the top, 100 pixel, and after adding this, again refresh the website. You can see this image on the web page. Next we will add the CSS for the right column, which is details. So here we have details. Just copy this one, write it here in this CSS file. So for this one we will add the flex basis 53%. It is width 53%. So now we will add the background. It is white, and we will add some padding. It is 40 pixel, and let's add the padding from left side. It will be 60 pixel. Now you can see this white color in the right side, and in the left side you can see this image. Now we have to increase the size for the left one. So here in this gallery we will add transform scale 1.08. so it will increase the size. Let's add the box shadow also. So here we will add box shadow. Next we will add the same box shadow in the second column, which is details. So just copy this one and paste it here. After adding this, let's come back to the website again. You can see the size for the left column is increased, and you can see the shadow also. Now we will add some details in the second column. So here in this second div we will add space, and here we will add one title in h1. It will be the name of the product, casual t-shirt. Next we will add another text in h2. So it will be the price of the product. Again we will add h3, and here let's add the discount 30% off. After that we will add some description in p tag. So this is the description. After adding this, you can see this title and description on the web page. So we have to design these things. So just copy this class name details, write it here, and here in this details we have the first title in h1. So for this h1 we will add this color code, and we will add the font size. You can see different size for this text. Again write this class name, then write h2 for the second title. Here we will add another color, and font size it will be 30 pixel, and we will also change the font weight 600. Let's add this class name again, and here we will add h3 for the discount. So in this one we will add color and margin from the bottom to add some space at the bottom. So you can see these titles looks good. Next we will add the CSS for this description. For that we will come back, and here in this details, here only we will add font size. It will be 13 pixel, and we will change the font weight. Let's add the color. After adding this description is also looking good. Next we have to add some radio buttons where we can select the size and color. So let's come back, and after this p we will add one form tag, and in this form we will add one div. So let's add the div with the size select, and in this size select first we have to add one text in p tag, it is size. Then we will add one label. In this label we have to add the for, it will be small, and inside this label we will add one input field. So in this input field, input type will be radio, so it will be a radio button. Then we will add the name, let's add size, and in this ID we will add the same thing which is here for. This ID and for should be same. After that we will add a span, and in this span we will add S. S means small. Let's duplicate this label and change the ID and for. So this will be medium, and here also medium. This will be M. Duplicate again and write large, and ID also large, and a span L. Again we will add this one, then write extra large for XL. Let's duplicate again, and this is the last option, XX large, XXL. After adding this, again refresh the website, you can see this text size. Then we have the radio buttons for S, M, L, XL and XXL. You can select these radio buttons. Now let's come back to design this one. We will copy this form. Here we will add dot details form. So for this form we will add the font size, it will be 15 pixel. Then we will add the font weight. Then we have the size select. So let's copy this one, write it here, size select. In this one we will add display flex, so that the text and radio buttons will be in the same horizontal line. Aligned items will be center, and some margin from the top to add some space. Again copy this one. Here we will add P. So for this P tag we will add the width. It will be 70 pixel. Now you can see this size here, then we have some space, and after that these radio buttons and text. Next we have to change the color of these text, which is S, M, L, XL. So let's come back and copy this one. Here we will add input, then checked. So if the input is checked, we have to change the color of the span text. So here we will add plus a span and color. We will add this blue color, and we will also increase the font weight. It is 600. So you can see when I select any radio button, the color for the label text is changing and the font weight is also changing. Next we have to hide these radio buttons. There will be only text. Copy this, size select input, and just add display none, so it will be hidden. You can see we have only text here, and we can click over these text to select any radio button that is invisible. So again come back. Here we will add size select, then a span. So for this span we have to add some space. So first we will add some padding, then margin from the right side, and we will add the cursor pointer. So it looks good, and we can click on any text to select this one, and the color and font weight is changing when we select any size. So we have completed this size select. Let's come back, and after closing of this div, which is for the size select, or you can add it here just above this closing form tag. Here we will add one div with the class name color select, where we will add radio buttons to select the color. So in this one, again we will add text in P tag, it is color. Then we will add label for, let's add red color. And in this for, again we will add input type will be radio. Then we will add name. In this name we will add color, and let's add the ID red for, and this ID should be same. After that again we have to add one span, and in this span we will add one class name. So it is color1. After adding this, let's duplicate this complete label. Total we have 4 colors. So let's change the color. It is green and here also green. And in this span we will add the class name color2. Now for the third one we will add blue and ID also blue. This is color 3. Now for the fourth we will add for pink ID pink and class name color 4. After adding this, let's refresh the website again. You can see this color and then we have 4 radio buttons. Now we have to align all these in same horizontal line. So again come back. Let's copy this class name color select, write it here in the CSS file, and for this color select we will add display flex, then align items center and some space from the top. Again write this class name, and in this one we have p tag, so we will add width 75 pixel. You can see it is in the same horizontal line. We have some space after this color. Next we have to add different color with the each radio buttons. So let's come back, and in this CSS file we will add this class name again, then write span. So for this span let's add display, it will be inline block, then we will add width and height, it will be 15 pixel. After that we will add border radius, it will be 50% so that it will be a circle. After that we will add some space, so we will add margin right 15 pixel and cursor will be pointer. Now we have to add different color in each span. So we have added class name color 1, 2, 3, 4. So for all these span we will add different color. So here we will add color 1 and write background. It will be red. Let's duplicate it and we will change the class name color 2, 3, 4, and for all these class name we will add different color. Now we have added different background in all these span. Again refresh the website, and here you can see we have different color circle with the each radio buttons. Next we will hide these radio buttons, only color will be visible. So let's come back and copy this class name color select, then input. Here we will add display none, that's it. So it will be hidden. You can see we have colors here. Now we have to select the color. So let's come back, and here we will add color select input checked. So whenever the input button is checked, we will design the span. So here we will add plus a span transform scale 0.7. So it will reduce the size. Then we will add box shadow. In this shadow we will add 2 shadow. This will be in the white color, and again we will add the same thing. Let's add a comma and write another shadow. So here we will add black color and it will be 6 pixel. So after adding this, again refresh the website, and you can see when we click on any color there is one circle around it. So this select option is working. Next we will come back to the HTML file, and here before this closing form tag, here we will create another div with the class name quantity select. Inside this div we will add one title in p tag, it is quantity, and again we will add one input field, and input type will be number and value it will be 1. After adding this, let's refresh the website. You can see this quantity and this input field with the value 1, and we can increase and decrease this value with this arrow. Let's come back and copy this class name quantity select, write it here in this CSS file. Here again we will add display flex, align items center, and some space, so margin top 20 pixel. Write this class name again, then write p, and for this p we will add width, it will be 75 pixel. You can see it is in the same horizontal line. Next we will design this input field. Let's come back and here we will add quantity select input. So for this input field we will add the background. This is the color code for the background. Then we will add border, it will be 0, and outline, it will be 0. Let's add some padding inside this input field. Then we will add width, it will be 50 pixel, and border radius, it will be 12 pixel. You can see this input field looks good. We can increase and decrease the value by clicking on this up and down buttons. After adding these input fields, we will add one submit button or a buy button. Let's come back and just above this closing form tag we will add one button, and button text will be buy now. You can see this button here. Next we will design this, so let's come back to the CSS file. Here we will add form button. In this button we will add the background, this color code. Then we have to change the button text color. After that, increase the font size of this button text, then width, it will be 100%, and some padding, it is 10 pixel, and border radius will be 30 pixel. After that we will add border 0 and outline 0. Then we will add margin from the top to add some space from the top, and box shadow. Here we will add this box shadow. Then cursor pointer. After adding this, again refresh the website and you can see this button looks good. So we have added all the contents in the product detail section. Now we will add controls option in the gallery, where we will click and change the gallery image. So let's come back, and in this gallery, after this image, we will add one div with the class name controls. Inside this div, we will add 3 span, and with this span, we will add the class name btn. Just duplicate it. So we have 3 span here with the class name btn. Next, we have to design this one. So copy this class name controls, write it here in this CSS file. Here we will add position. Position will be absolute. Then bottom, it will be 40 pixel, and right, it will be 20 pixel. So this control buttons will be in the bottom right side of the gallery. Here we will add .btn. So for this span, we will add display block, and we will add the width and height 10 pixel. Then we will add border radius 50%, so that it will be one small circle. Then we will add the background. So in this background, we will add the color code in RGBA. It will be white color with 50% opacity. Then we will add some margin, and cursor, it will be pointer. So here in this controls we have added position absolute. So we will add position relative in this gallery. You can see we have added gallery over here at the top. So in this one we will add position relative. So this control buttons will be in the gallery only. After adding this position relative, again refresh the website and you can see these 3 circles in this product gallery. Next we have to add one color in the first one, so it will look active. So let's come back, and here in this first button we will add one more class name active. After adding this, let's come back to the CSS file. At the bottom we will add .btn .active, and here just we will change the color. Let's add the background and this color code. After adding this, again refresh the website. You can see this blue color in the first dot. Next we have to add the click function. Whenever we will click on any other dot, the image should change. So for that we will add the JavaScript. So let's come back, and here in this HTML file we have to add the click feature on this span, where we have added class name btn, and we will change the image in this img tag. So here in this img tag we will add one id also. So let's add the id product img. After adding this, let's come back at the bottom just above the closing body tag. Here we will add a script tag where we will add the JavaScript. Inside this we will add let product img equal to document.getElement by id, and you already know the id, which is product img. Next we will add the let btn equal to document.getElements by class name, because we have added the class name btn in all the span. After that we have to add the click feature on the button. So here we will add btn0.onClick equal to function, and inside this function we will add the product img.src, because we have to change the image. So let's add product img.src equal to the file path of the image. So let's come back to our folder. You can see we have one folder called images, and inside this folder we have the image called image1.png, 2.png and image3.png. so this is our file path. So let's come back, and here we will add images / image1.png. so this is the first image. After adding this, let's duplicate this one, and here we will add btn1 and btn2 for the second button and third button, and we will change the image also. It is image2.png and image3.png. After adding this, let's refresh the website again, and if I click on the second button, you can see the image is changing. If I click on the third one, image is changing. Right now the image is changing when we click on these dot, but the color is not changing for the dot which is active. So we have to change this one. We have to change the active color for the circle. So let's come back, and here we have added the class name active. So we have to remove this class name through JavaScript, and this class name will be added in the particular circle where we will click. To remove this one, we will add for bt of btn bt.classlist.remove, and inside this remove we will add the class name which is active. So it will remove the active class name from all the circles. So after removing the class name, we have to add this class name on the particular circle where we have clicked. For that, here we will add this .classlist.add and the class name which is active. So first it is removing the class name from all the circle and adding the class name on the particular circle. Let me copy this one and add it in all the function. Just copy and paste in the second and third one. That's it. Again refresh the website, and you can see if I click on any circle, the image is changing and the color is also changing. When we click on the second one, the second circle becomes blue. When we click on the third one, then third circle becomes blue. So finally we have created this image gallery and product description for this product page. I hope this JavaScript course will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this tutorial and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.